Never gonna give you up, never gonna let you down, never gonna run around this circle. Never gonna make you cry, never gonna say goodbye, never gonna tell
Patrick, vous avez pas perdu la main?
Est-ce que vous pouvez couper le...
On va regarder un film sur la...
And welcome back to the all-inclusive, easygoing talk show where we accept queer, lesbians, gays, and not those trannies. No, fuck them.
And we also accept Lilith.
How many nice of you? I'm so
Yes,
glad.
we accept demons with snakes
Well, we have to.
and
I mean,
little
they're our
green women.
relatives.
Little green women that also sound like men.
Thank you, yo. What up? What up?
Yo, yo.
Hi, zombie.
I like the background zombie.
Oh, thank you. How you doing, Lilith?
Yeah, I'm doing fine. I'm doing fine. Thanks for asking.
We have not had anyone speak up or visit yet, but I'm sure it'll pick up. We have the Futa loving Valkyria Winter,
Oh, there he is. Oh, great. There we go.
and we have the Midnight Ladybug, and
Hi,
of course
Ladybug.
we have the people on the panel. We have Lilith. I don't know if I'm ever. Okay, am I pointing the right way? Is that the right
That's
way?
Phoenix.
Okay. This shit mirrors my camera so much I can't keep it straight. We have the ever silent Phoenix, and we have the gay Elijah over there.
Hi, everybody.
You know, because we're inclusive, right? We're just so inclusive.
That's what we do.
We have the roadkill, the vet roadkill, I suppose.
Yes.
Not veterinarian. It's not a veterinarian, I guess none anyway.
Warfare.
And we have the little green woman that sounds like a man. The zombie 3D or zombade, as I sometimes like to call them.
Sounds like
Yeah.
fun. It sounds elegant, zombie.
Yeah, it does. It's nice.
It does. It sounds nice.
I always was assume you got zombied.
That's what I thought too.
Or you have a flamboyant gay zombie going, I'm so zombie.
Like some sort of like Parisian.
Oh my god, like so zombie and ready to go all day.
Oh
Down
my
with those
goodness.
brains.
That reminds me of that show iZombie. Is like every time she ate somebody's brain, she would take on their personality and their memories and shit.
What
So-
happened when she sucked her dick?
I don't fucking know. I
Even
didn't pay
more.
attention that damn close.
I remembered that one.
Phoenix is checking on his pussy. Yep.
Okay. So what's been going on with everybody? All that, yeah. Okay.
Well, I know me and my friend has this idea to make a. We haven't decided how to make it yet, but we got the idea of how it's going to be. It's either going to be a cartoon or a comic book, maybe even a play. But it's about these two characters that it's called New Guys, and they're like going to different jobs, and it's kind of a comedy. So that's what I'm doing.
Hey, that's
All right,
actually.
That's
what have you done on it so far?
Come up with ideas for episodes. So we're still in the very start of all the stuff.
Have you written anything down?
He has. I'm letting him write everything down.
Oh, I see how it is. You're making that poor jackass do all the work.
You know, I could write for it. I mean, in fact, once upon a time I was a writer, amateur, obviously, but my shit always comes out so dark and twisted.
Yeah,
It's depressing.
He's wanting to keep it PG, so yeah.
Funny. Noise makes the depressing stuff. Phoenix makes the funny stuff.
Okay, so he's wanting to keep it like for kids. Is that?
No, like maybe teenagers and young adults kind of stuff.
It sounds like situational comedy.
Well, then you could do both, like a little bit dark with humor, you know.
Yeah.
Well, if you look at like Rick and Morty, they get dark with some of their stuff.
Yeah.
One clip where they go, "Oh, it was not in control of any of it. None of it. We survived." So we weren't in control of that situation at all.
We lost somebody.
That's how me and Noise felt after COVID started. It's like, oh shit.
Fucking zombie over there is gonna be raving the entire time, just raving.
Yeah.
You gotta get some dance music.
Ooh, he's a zombie from Thriller. I get it now.
Whee!
Well, let me see if my backup field work any better. It's still not registering in my hands. Gosh darn.
Yeah.
I'm kind of annoyed you all know about this Justin Roiland, the voice for Rick and Morty. He got arrested for battering or some bullshit, and they replaced him as voice actor in Solar Opposites, and I'm really not sure will there be another season of Rick and Morty now.
Well,
Everybody, welcome Slay Every Game.
hi,
What up,
Slay.
Slay every game. Hi.
But I know they made some new episodes, or they're not new now, but they were newer of Rick and Morty, and those weren't near as good.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I know they kicked out the creator of the show from Right.
Yeah, they did.
That's normally a sign of decline.
Yeah. That's one thing I cannot do is animate. I can't do it. I don't have the patience for it.
Yeah.
So
All right, I'm gonna. It don't look like the conversation's starting strong, so I'm gonna kick things off with a little funny video.
And happy birthday to Nick Gurr, if you're watching. Someone in chat wants me to say that. Happy birthday, Nick Gurr.
What up, Nuclear?
Hey, welcome,
my
Charlie
goodness.
Nuclear.
Hi,
Hey.
Charlie.
Hi, Charlie.
Oh my God, what a name! Oh, what about that Asian guy? You remember, Noise? You told me about it. His name was
Oh yeah, I didn't bookmark that, but this Asian man, he kept getting kicked off all of his social media accounts because his name was Fuck That Bitch.
Yep, it really was. It was
like PHUCDATBICH. So he
Yeah.
had to show his passport to the social media so that accept his actual name.
Wow.
What
That'd
a
be
name to
a hell of
have.
a thing. That would be a hell of a thing to be named that. I mean, my God, couldn't he change his name or something? I
Happy
mean,
birthday, Nick Gurr.
She got played Bart Simpson style. That was on purpose, I tell you.
oh yeah, I remember prank phone calls back in the day.
Mhm.
It was the thing to do. Everybody did that shit.
With the landlines, they are long gone. Who the
Yeah.
fuck even has one left?
Well, that brings to mind an argument I'm always having. Well, actually, it's not so much an argument because I don't, have many people to converse with, but I don't believe they should be getting rid of old means of communication, whether it be radio, landlines, because everybody's depending heavily and highly on the internet now, like broadband and so on, and it has so many points of failure. If they strike here or there or whatever natural catastrophe happens, we're going to be without anything, and all the old resources are going to be broken down, unkept, and unused. That's why we need to keep radio, AM and FM, short range and long range. We need to keep landlines, whether it be for phone or internet. We do not need to abandon that technology. And, everybody's embracing the broadband. I think it's a big mistake.
Well, yeah, I mean, take for example, every time the power goes out where we are, the phone goes with it.
Oh yeah.
So that's dangerous because I mean, any emergency could happen,
Yeah,
and you need to call somebody.
Sometimes the power, phone, and internet will go out for a big part of the state or more so. And here I am waiting for the fucking nuclear missile to come down or something because we have communication blackout. We don't know what the hell's happening.
Right.
Anything could be happening, and we wouldn't know it. I mean, it's really dangerous.
Like, I do know that in America, like, Obama passed a law that said all landlines should have emergency open access. So you should be able to put a phone that draws power from the landline directly into any landline and be able to dial 911 or hold one. I think is the other way to do it. So that's supposed to work regardless. And a lot of companies have like put into a pit of money to basically make sure that could keep going for like 35 years or something like that. And so like right now there are some people that still pay for a landline. Like they'll use a landline for the internet as well. So they'll pay for that double combo thing. But there's still people to this day. Like I know some older like people like my mom's age, in their 60s and such, where they have a landline in their house. There's not a number for someone to be able to call that number. But if you pick it up, it makes a dial tone. And if you hit numbers on it, it will call 911. It don't matter what you click on her phone. It will just dial 911 every single time. And that's in case of emergency. She can just dial. But not a whole lot of people know about that. And then like your ham radio stuff, like you have to have a license for the ham radio already.
Well, the problem with ham radio is good, is great. But the broadband, the cell phone signals, they've bought up all the space, and it's eating into the ham radio broadcast space, the waves. So again, it's newer technologies eating away at the old ones. There was this man, when the astronauts were trapped in space, there was a man who rigged up a handheld thing with a big ass antenna and actually talked to the stranded astronauts.
Yeah, that was a CB though.
Yeah, but point is we need to keep these old technologies. I think they're absolutely crucial. Us depending so heavily on broadband internet, it only means bad things for us all.
Now, believe it or not, all your phones and stuff have this thing called Bluetooth. That is equivalent to short range broadband. and you can actually do a mesh connect with different phones to give you guys a network amongst yourselves. There are like companies out there in the world that exist that where you can get internet through a mesh system, you know, where you're not reliant on one input and one output. Well, you might have 4 or
Right.
5 connections.
Well, it reminds me of the early days of the internet where people would LAN their local area network their computers together, and they would essentially make their own little internet that way. But you know, all that technology is getting less and less supported. They're more ignoring it for the sake of broadband and cell phone signal internet.
Well, what's interesting is a lot of branches of government uses obscure technology for security because there's not enough
security
people.
through obscurity.
That's like the
Mhm.
network meshing stuff. Like you can go purchase that stuff right now. Like you can purchase a network mesh node that just automatically connects to any other network mesh node it can find, and that's the type of stuff that they're using that you guys say is obscure. It's not obscure like as in like it's hard to find or anything. It's obscure because no one really, like, no mainstream media talks about it or anything. And like you can get a Faraday bag and put your phone in a Faraday bag, block off all communications to and from the phone, go somewhere, pull your phone out, and let it connect and try to figure out where it's at. Like if you have an Apple phone, it can error, but any Android phone can keep its tracking location. Like it has a fake GPS internally, so it knows where it's at no matter what. And then you pull it out, it works like just fine. So
Well,
there's little things
the
you
weak
can do.
point to all that is it all requires a phone, which requires a great amount of technology to get a phone working or just exist. If it comes a point where things break down, I mean, you look at radio signals. There's people who's literally picked up the radio on their fucking braces.
Yeah.
You know, you can rig something up.
You can do a one-wire radio. That's right. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, if you can look it up, I'll see if I can find it. There's a cave that has a radio inside of it. Hold on, let me find it.
That'd be interesting.
That brings to mind that church that was curved in such a way that it would make a song with the vibrations going through it.
Oh yeah,
That is the genius one. The
Yeah.
architect was the master.
There's
Very
a
smart.
Gothic cathedral where if you stand in a certain spot and someone else stands in a very certain spot, you guys can look up and talk to each other and no one else can hear you.
Well, see, I like those natural kind of, you know, technologies, if you will. I would come closer to supporting natural, whether it be bacteria based instead of microchip based, or you know, as we're talking about the curve of the church, if you will, to have these sound effects. I appreciate things that work naturally like that. I think we should excel in those type of technologies.
Well, you know, the Egyptians were masters at that kind of thing. They used light and mirrors, and some of the rooms that they created was laced with gold, which everybody knows gold is a conductor. So it would keep the pharaohs and the treasure chambers and stuff a certain temperature, but they would rig up booby traps and stuff with the mirrors and the light from the top of the temple.
It's like that one that the bottom of it was filled with mercury.
Yeah, that was in China.
Yeah, of course he had an obsession with mercury, but it's also a conductor, isn't it?
I don't remember. But yeah, he had rivers of mercury around his tomb
But
and
it
stuff.
has some special features. It is valuable.
Yeah.
Well, it's
But-
also poisonous, but
Yeah. I can't remember if it's a conductor or not, though.
I also cannot, but I would assume so. Most metals are conductive, but gold is just more or less the best one.
I don't know how to pronounce this word here, but stalactite.
Yeah.
The great stalactite organ creates music from the cave stalactites.
Ooh.
Stalactites. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I'm still saying it wrong, but I got it close.
No, you're fine. No, you got it, bro.
I always can't remember which one is the one comes from above and which one is the one that's below because they sound almost the same. I always confuse that.
Yeah, me too.
Now,
I know in a lot of caves like this, the rocks form in such a way to where you can get different percussion instruments from them too.
Yes. Yep. Yeah, I grew up around the Shenandoah Valley, so going into the caves was stalactites mean they're hanging from the ceiling because they're hanging
Awesome.
tight. Stalagmites means they're pulling up because they're mighty. So
Hey,
tight.
did
mites.
somebody form
Okay.
this cave to make music, or does it just naturally, create a certain type of music?
so there
They
was a
are natural process.
mathematician that was in that cave because it's like a natural thing for the federal government or whatever, and he was just hitting them and like press and doing stuff and found out one of them was almost a G. So he then went in there every day and started like filing the bottom of it until when he hit it with a hammer, a rock hammer, it became a G chord.
Mhm.
And then he went through and spent 10 years finding all the chords in this cave and rigged them all up, filed them down perfectly tuned them to their tone or whatever, and set up an actual playing organ that you can then, when you hit the keys on there, it sends the signal to the spot to hit the mallet to actually do the thing. And over the years, they were still in tune, but there is now a radio station across the street from where this sits, because this sits like under the ground, so technically under a street. And if you hold down one of the keys on that piano, it will pick up the radio, which is like the minor E chord or something like that.
Well,
Yep.
that's very interesting.
Yep.
Yeah, you can see part of his rigging there.
Hmm.
Well, we would need to maintain them every few years, I guess, because
Yeah, they
will
said they haven't done
grow.
that. Only he did it, but they're still tuned in. That was something they did mention because the guy was there's
Yeah, it
a
was just a
video about
study.
it.
Yeah.
And he was like, when was the last time they were tuned? And the guy, the tour guide was like, only the guy that did this ever tuned them. No one has ever tried to retune them, and they're almost all perfectly in tune. No, they're not. That means that they're not all in tune, but they're within a reasonable range. Like if you had an instrument, you know, like sometimes your instrument's kind of out of tune, but you're like, nah, it's all right though.
Yeah. I learned the guitar and the violin. I know what you mean.
Right. Understood.
Well, it's like my favorite band is Black Sabbath, but other musicians have said everything they did and all their old music was out of tune, every bit of it. I'm going for it being out of tune. It sounded incredible.
Tune is the least of your worries. If it's all out of tune and it could work together, if one piece is out of tune, you know what I mean, then it will sound off. But at the same time, when you're making something original, you can mess up, and as long as no one knows that's a mess up, it's not a mess up.
Oh,
If it
yeah.
fits. The band Korn, they detuned their guitars very heavily and played with more strings than normally, and made some sounds they would be out of tune, but they tuned them together, so it doesn't matter. Exactly what he
nice.
just said.
That reminds me of that story. It was a few years ago that. Uh-oh.
Yeah, that's the video that explains a lot of it.
Oh.
Yeah. I'll just turn the closed caption on, but you can go ahead and talk.
Well, this reminds me of that story where this hiker went into this cave, and him being a dumbass decided he'd go a separate way from everybody else, and he gets stuck in this little bitty opening, and he can't go forward and he can't go backwards. He's just stuck there upside down. And what he was doing is he was going to look at some of the cave formations and stuff like that. So, and he died in there. They couldn't get him out. So they just covered up the hole, and that's where he rests.
Yeah, unfortunately, spelunking is a hell of a thing.
Yeah, but all this that they're doing with the mesh technology, that's great, and I encourage it. But I also encourage things that you could cobble together in case we have a total breakdown of, like, I don't know, say that you're having a hard time changing your phone, or say after 5 years your phone don't work anymore and you can't get another, whatever the case may be. When there's a breakdown, we need to keep that technology going where we can work on bare essentials.
Very true.
I am in agreement.
Yeah.
I had a landline till a few years ago, but since I never used it, I wasn't paying anymore. I got a new internet provider, and this time I didn't take the combo for the landline and the cable router shit or internet. That's something I wanted to ask you. You guys all use Wi-Fi? No landline for your internet?
Use cable internet.
Yeah, okay. I think it's way better. It's more stable.
But
Well, yeah, landline, for broadband, it will be DSL, digital subscriber line, which means it can't be a copper line. Older phone lines, landlines are copper. Digital subscriber line is, I don't know.
Well, I mean,
steel. I don't know.
To be honest, the DSL is just taking up a bunch of the noise area within the line that the main line, we just hear it as static. That's why you had to have a diffuser to go from the main line from the DSL line to a phone line when you have DSL running through your cables, because basically it just takes up all the noise of the line, and then when you push a regular sound through it, it will kind of make a bubble out of the way to get through the DSL noise.
That's that one at all.
With anything you're using, but in my experience, the phone lines were more susceptible to it. If you had a weak point, or you had it split too many times, it would severely weaken it to the point to where it wouldn't connect in some cases.
Yeah, or you couldn't hear through the phone, stuff like that. Yeah,
it would start cutting away at your regular landline, phone system. Cable is better, and it has more throughput. Then you have fiber, which
that's what
I
I'm
don't
using.
know.
Fiber is just it's a tube of mirrors, and they're literally just sending light through it.
The
So
glass
it's a
fiber thing?
light connected. Yeah, it's a light connected tube.
Yeah, I could have upgraded to that one, but my building doesn't have it.
Well,
And it doesn't
for
make
the
much a
services,
difference.
for the services available to me, I found cable to be the best, but that could just be, the providers that's available to me.
Now, something that's really cool with like cable and versus a lot of the other ones is like cable works on like old-fashioned like point and line or point and ring systems. So if you're the only person in like a specific area that's using cable, then you're going to get 100% of the bandwidth of that cable. But say, for example, you're one of 7 groups of people on that in that area, then all of you have to share that full throughput. So
and
if
that
you're the
also
only one there,
means,
no wonder you've got probably the best.
if you're online at a time, say in the middle of the night when the least amount of people are using it, you will have more throughput.
Yep.
Mine's is very solid because I don't have too many neighbors who use the landlines. For some reason, they use something else or nothing. So I get most of it. But when I visit my mom, they have to share that shit, just like he said, and her connection is pretty bad at times.
Yeah, there are some places where they'll do like DSL for the building, and then they'll have cable coming to the building, and then they'll switch it to DSL. And that might be what your building is doing, which is like A, the cheaper route, but B, it does exactly what you're saying, where everybody will feel like they're getting the fastest line. And then regular places, like a normal place, will just do like, especially if they didn't have DSL ahead of time, they'll just do the cable things. A lot of cable companies will pay. They'll be like, well, instead of we charging you to put in the cable line, we can charge the you're in customer to put in the cable line and not you. And so a lot of people go with that one. And that's where, yeah, it's just like what you're saying. You're sharing it. So then you have to like, oh, it's really slow sometimes.
I feel the future is going to be where it's going to be nothing but them offering cell phone signal services like 5G or whatever's after 5G.
Yeah.
And it's going to like pay for your package to get your 5G, which I think is going to end up being a disaster.
There
Yeah,
are many issues with that. Many issues. First of all, the providers have more control and can fuck with you way more easy. And
Yep.
as you said, when some shit goes down, you fucked.
something
And the weather is a big factor.
huge, more
I
than
heard that-
ever than before. Yeah.
I don't mess with that stuff. No, I like my old school landline. It works perfectly for 20 years. I have never had issues, except maybe fucking 4 times in my life. I had no internet for like 2 hours.
Yeah.
But that was
But-
because someone fucked around and there were repairs. Something got messed up or turned off. I
These
don't know.
companies are going to keep fucking with us by, you know, where it would takes them less resources and they get more money. And it's just, you know, you've heard the term shitification. It's going to keep going in that direction. We're going to be more screwed all the time as time goes on and on and on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because like 3G, you could actually like use a couple of actual like radio transmitter receivers to actually be able to pick up a 3G. You wouldn't be able to send out on 3G, but you could pick it up because 3G is integrated mostly into the radio system. It's just like encoded a certain way to not interfere when it comes into the machine that's accepting all the data. So like when 3G was a big thing, like I was mining phones on 3G. I had like a Bitcoin mining network that we did it completely mobile. We ran everything on mobile lines, mobile phones, mobile network. We had like a battery backup. The whole thing could just be thrown in the car, drove off, didn't matter. And one of the things that like we really enjoyed about it was I was getting like T1 speeds on the cell phone because you could not limit what I was doing. We got 4G. We upgraded to 4G, and how much speed we got throughout the month would slow down near the end of the month. Where before I was getting up to 350 gigabytes per month, no problem. It was getting harder and harder to hit 300 gigabytes per month.
Yeah,
and then
well-
when we went to 5G, they put addresses on all of the devices, and they were able to actually shut off internet one device at a time because they figured out that I was sharing Wi-Fi from one cell phone to like 16 devices, which you're not supposed to be able to.
I'm sure you've heard about these 5G transmitters like putting out such powerful signal that they interfere with the.
That's a
you
little
know,
bit hocus pocus there. I did a big video on this because like I got family that works in the radio business. Like they
Well,
were.
to
they
my
did-
understanding, the 5G transmit a relatively short range compared to 4G.
Yes and no. In reality, the actual 5G technology, it's equivalable in range to 4G. It doesn't have as much range as 3G, but it's equivalent to 4G. The problem is, in reality, what's actually going on is no one put in 4G towers. Like no one. There was never an actual 4G tower ever put in place in the world. They were all 3G towers upgraded to handle 4G. That's not the same thing. Basically, they were allowed more power to the device that actually pushes out the signal. Then when they went to 5G, there are to this day, like you can actually, there's a map somewhere online. There's like I want to say less than 1,000 actual 5G towers. So a 5G tower is way taller than a 4G tower, and a 4G tower is 1/3 taller than a 3G tower. So if you put a 3G tower compared to a 5G tower is almost twice the height than a 3G tower. So yes, an actual 5G tower does output a lot of power, but it's really far up, so it doesn't matter. But what they're actually doing is they're taking 99% of these old 4G towers, which were 100% 3G towers, and they're just having it push more power. And since it's way lower than it's supposed to be, those are actually causing problems. And there are pictures online where there are palm trees that have completely bent over from the 3G tower right behind it that had been marked up to also look like a palm tree. And because it's so low to the ground, it's actually destroying the bark and wood in the tree, pounding it with these vibrational waves that the machine isn't even supposed to be outputting. And this is something that like a year ago, I really thought was concerning because no one was doing anything about it. But since then, there is like a committee of people cracking down on this 3G tower scandal, because there's like hundreds and hundreds of 3G towers pretending to be a 5G tower.
Yeah, there's a lot of bullshit that comes with the whole 5G thing. Either way, I mean,
Yeah.
in my own take on it, anyway.
Oh no, I agree, man. 5G is really shit, and everything with it has been it's just like the old brigade showing how bad they were doing things over the years. They were all used to just upgrading old tech, even though there's new tech. Don't buy the new tech, upgrade the old tech and charge like it's new. And now we're at a point where there's so many people doing that where they are actually causing harm, killing people, destroying trees, destroying plants, destroying wildlife. Like I've heard of like there was a tar pit that caught fire because the tower that's near it was a 3G tower. It was upgraded to a 5G, but all they did was upgrade the number of power lines to it. And it literally caught, tar on fire by pushing a bunch of waves to it. It is really, really terrible.
It can't be good for humans.
Oh,
I mean,
no.
if it was a real 5G tower, it would be fine, but it's not. And that's when, yeah, you're right. It's not good for humans. There are like tons of people that are saying like they're giving birth to still babies, like stillbirths or whatever. And the only thing they can say is, well, the tower behind my house got upgraded to a 5G, but 2 years ago I had a baby. Why can't I have a baby now? Like,
I honestly think even power lines hurt our genetics. All these waves, I believe all of it hurts us to some extent. I can't say how much, but I believe it hurts us to some extent.
There is that tech, I don't remember what it's actually called, like some kind of static allergy where like they have to have like some kind of special cloth that prevents the electrostatic interference or something.
Yeah. They have
I just know, say we have a power outage. All the power is gone. It feels like a weight's lifted off of me.
Yeah, I agree.
Mm-hmm. It's an electromagnetic allergy that
I will
some
say
people have.
Some of that may be psychological, because as long as the power's on, you gotta keep up this communication, watch this, play this game, what the fuck ever. Power's gone is like, I'm free now.
Responsibility versus loss, like the when it's relieved from you type thing.
I would argue that many things, especially it's newer stuff, there will be no long time data on what it does to the human brain or body or even the environment. There can be really much issues. Maybe there hopefully are not that much, but I would actually say we moved very far from a natural lifestyle over the last centuries.
Okay, now that Lilith gave her take on it, which good, everybody should give their take. But hey, how about we talk about the effects of alcohol on the brain?
Yeah.
It fucks you up.
It makes you happy.
Well, you mean the immediate effects or the long-term effect?
Let's say long-term.
Long-term, up to memory loss even. You lose IQ points for real. You fuck it up. Your brain gets fucked. The more you drink, the longer you drink. It's a very strong drug.
Therefore,
very less than heroin.
5 years that I'm sure of, 5 years straight, I was a heavy drunk, and I mean heavier than the other drunks I knew. I was out drinking everybody nightly and daily, and I'm glad I'm off that shit, because that whole like near decade of my life, I don't know, somewhere between 5 and 10 years, is fuzzy. I could barely remember shit. I just know I pissed off a lot of people.
Oh yeah, you did.
Well, Sorry.
the sensitivity to the radio waves and stuff like that is called electromagnetic hypersensitivity. That's what that's called.
Nice.
Because and I don't know, a lot of people are sensitive to that kind of thing. So it is a real thing. So
Like I know I have problems when I get near radios. If it's an actual radio, no problem. But if it's a new age digital radio and I get near it, it will cause a lot of static to the radio because I have like metal implants and stuff, like screws and such. So I got a lot of metal in my body, and I get near these digital transmitters, and they start freaking out.
Okay, so you're trying to tell us that you've been screwed a lot.
Oh yeah, bro, up and down, left and
my
right.
God. Ah, that's just wrong. That's wrong. It's wrong at so
Well,
many levels.
I'll tell you like this: I've had 16 screws put into my ribs, but I've had 50 piercings in those spots in total.
So you're telling us you have a high body count.
Oh, good Lord.
Definitely got the scars to go with it. Yeah.
I have had a lot of bones broken, but I never had any screws or anything like that put in.
Yeah,
I
it's a
never
different
broken
experience.
a quick bone. Only the ones at the hands. They're smushed. Yeah, my left hand is really fucked up, but I can still use them. But I never broke a big bone like the ones in the under or upper arm or thighs or thing.
Most of mine
I
were
got lucky with that one.
Most of mine were the small bones. Most of them, and a lot of cartilage damage.
My
Yeah,
wrists are also fucked up.
You have a lot of boxer fractures, noise.
You can see one right here.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it happens when you punch walls all the time.
Yeah.
Let's say punch walls.
Yeah, say.
That's legal. That's okay.
Wait, did we just lose Roadkill?
I'm back. I'm
You
back.
there? Okay.
I was like, if we lose the driver of the car, what are we gonna do?
No, I
lose the
went
car,
to
what are we
check
gonna
the
do?
chat, and then it like kicked me out. So no more chat.
Oh, yeah, it won't let
If we
me sign
lose
in
the
either.
driver of the car, Jesus is just going to have to take the
So
wheel, and everybody else
we were
will have to
just
hope for the
we were
best.
talking about how Zombie got screwed a lot.
Oh man, so yeah, my take on alcohol. Yeah, after a long time of use, we all know what happens.
Yeah, you have children,
Brain goes
right?
smooth. Brain
Yeah,
goes smooth.
number one, yeah. Number one, children. Number two, memory loss. Number three, you might get the shakes. You know, you might come up with something, but it's all about give and take. You know, a little bit here, a little bit there. You can't just keep going.
What's funny about when I was a heavy drunk,
As I
and
crack a beer.
I was extremely heavy. I drank at least a gallon of whiskey a day, sometimes three and then some.
God damn, son.
Yeah,
That's just
and
three big
these
pops.
two know it. They were there.
Very Irish.
But
of you.
when I quit, I quit clean. Like just cut it all off. Didn't
Right.
touch another
Yep.
drop for like a couple of years.
That's how I quit cigarettes. I was just done with it. I was like, fuck this. They're costing too much. I was smoking like menthol. I was smoking Newports. And one day I was like, I left work and I was like, I'm fucking done. Yeah. I mean, now I smoke one every now and then, but I don't fiend for it. I don't need one, you know.
I would
smoked.
say it was easier to quit drinking than it was to quit smoking to nicotine.
Yes.
I'll
My
have the
friend
occasional
my
cigarette,
friend
but
quit
I'm
heroin
mostly vape
before
now.
he could quit nicotine. He
Oh,
quit
yeah,
heroin before nicotine. Yeah.
Oh,
I
I
will
have
say
a friend
this.
like that too.
Vaping doesn't leave you with that strong draw like cigarettes do.
No, it doesn't.
I don't trust it. It looks fancy, but I don't trust it.
Look,
I
I
heard
did
that
deep
sometimes it
research.
explodes in your face, and there are no studies how much more damage
Okay,
it does to the
here's the
lungs.
thing. We know how bad cigarettes will fuck you up.
Yep.
Yeah.
I've been vaping since 2011. That's a good many years now, and it hasn't done near the damage that cigarettes has.
I
No.
used to use the USA Gold vape cigarettes that you used to get, so that way you could smoke on planes back in like 2007 and 2008.
Those are the cigarettes.
That's how
I
long
smoked.
I've been vaping, and I don't vape nicotine anymore. I only vape THC now. But I've been vaping since 2007, and
that-
I actually have stronger lungs now than I did then.
Yeah.
Well,
mine
I
are
know,
It-
I know the
what's it
doctor.
doing? We don't know. They
Now
say
I do know
popcorn
some of the
lung, but,
medicine,
you
some of
know.
the stuff I use for my asthma, the medicine,
Yeah.
is also in the vape fluid.
Yeah,
It's the main ingredient of like vape fluid.
Yeah, it's like some oil. Yeah.
propylene
used-
glycol,
Yeah, and that's also
propylene
used,
glycol, and vegetable glycerin.
Yeah.
boom. Yeah, and those also
Look,
use. a
I've
lot of
done
times in
deep
the-
research on vaping. I've been doing it since 2000, a little before 2011. That's when I started doing it regular. But I know my shit on it.
Hell yeah.
Where's Phoenix going? Is
good
he
one.
just?
He's doing his thing, bro.
He
He's
does
doing his
that.
thing.
That is so funny.
That's what he does. I don't know. Nobody knows. He just.
Man, we got to get the
It's
guts
not
to
even
be
a
like
chair
that.
stream. It's like a walk around stream.
I'm gonna every time he gets up and takes off, I'm gonna have to play this.
Don't do it.
Do it.
Don't do it.
Do it some more.
Play something cool. Play
Hey,
something
who turned off the
please.
I'm a Barbie girl in the Barbie world, locked in plastic. It's fantastic. I'm a Barbie girl in.
Hey, Barbie girl, where you go? Come back.
I think
Oh, howdy,
Yep, Mr. Hanky.
The Christmas
Oh, okay.
food.
I thought you were gonna do that the weird thing. No, no.
He was scared of snacks.
Yes.
He would stink as a hose.
We're talking about vaping and you know all that.
Or I can do this.
Simp alert. Simp alert.
He don't
He's
give
right
a-
there, officer.
Run, Roadkill,
Simp.
run.
He don't give a shit. He's just going to the kitchen. I guess.
I'm gonna
Oh, he
throw
went to
my
get his
I'm gonna
liquor.
throw my device up against the wall if you play that video, man.
What's going on?
Someone donate like $1 in the chat quickly.
He wasn't even paying attention.
We were playing your theme music while you got up and walked the runway for us.
Okay.
Locked in plastic. It's fantastic.
You know you can't do that. You can't do that around these people.
We all got into the jam.
Mm.
You taking a 40? Dude, you brown bagging a 40? That's dope. Hell yeah.
Nice.
That's like me in a parking lot when I was in high school. Hell yeah.
No, don't mind
I
me
dig
playing
it. I respect it. I
the
respect
sounds.
it.
You just keep on talking. That's okay. I prefer you to talk.
Yeah.
Don't worry,
You
Midnight.
gonna
We
be
see ya.
tore up from the floor up for work tomorrow, Phoenix?
Never.
Oh,
I
We all
actually
get through it. We all get through it.
Better today.
Man, I've walked into government offices shit faced and they're like, how you? And I'm like, how you? Anyway. We're all fucked up. So let's
Well,
go.
I cannot go into fucking government fucking buildings if I'm not fucking shit faced.
Dude,
hate
if you got an ID, everyone's fucked up. Everyone's good. Yeah.
No,
It's
I
not.
hate
It's
the
not like
shit, you
anyone's
know.
better. You do have the uppity motherfuckers, but mostly it's like, you know, whatever.
I would already left all my weapons behind. I had already taken everything metal off, and I walked that fucking metal detector and beep beep every goddamn time. Every time there I am, like taking my fucking belt off, taking my boots off, and I'm like, what is it now?
Oh, dude, they used to just wave me through. Like I'd come into the building and a general would walk in front of me, and he'd have a gun on his hip, and then it was like a Friday or something. Thursday or Fridays, they're just like, come on through. Don't even worry about dropping your shit. And I was like, right on. Good on you.
Lucky man.
And I'm in the South where at least some of the states you don't even have to register your weapon. You can open carry or conceal carry.
Yeah.
It's completely legal in good many southern states.
Yeah, I'm covered in all states for concealed, but also
That must come from military
I
thing.
live in a pussy state, so you got to be careful. Yeah.
Okay, but you're covered because of your military background. Is that it?
No, licensing, military background and licensing. Yeah. My
Can you get
dad teaches
blanketed
concealed
license
carry,
like that?
so I'm everywhere. Yeah.
You can get a blanketed to cover all the states, a license like that.
Normally,
Yes.
it's like a bounty hunter's license.
It takes about three different licenses. Yeah.
Because a lot of times I'll be like, fuck, I can't bring my gun. I'm going to this state, right? And it would be nice to be able to.
You have to have the gun separate from the ammo if you're crossing through a pussy state. Yeah.
Yeah, my uncle,
Can I ask something?
my uncle's in lockup right now, but he always says, take the clip out, put it on the dash. And
Yep.
my concern is the cop's gonna see that gun come up on that dash and freak the fuck out.
No, they'll usually ask you, do you have any guns in the car? And you're like, yeah, it's here. And then they get all fucking hoity-toity, and you're like, it's right here, and you just unload it, set it on the dash.
Okay, but now I have questions. And as everybody knows, my
But
questions
wait.
are usually
But
weird.
before you start, I think Lilith had a question.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I didn't
Well,
hear.
it's not that important, but okay, America obviously uses guns because it's the thing you do. What about knives? Are you getting fucked in states if you carry a knife concealed?
I
Yes.
think
There's
I
a
think
limit
it's
to
got
it.
the blade has to be less than what, 6 inches? Is it?
3.
Less than 4 inches, you're fine. Over that,
Okay.
they
Yeah.
can call it a concealed weapon. Yeah.
I looked at it in Alabama, and as long as you don't hide it, you can carry a large blade.
Now
Nice.
that's actually true in most states because they allow machetes to be carried in case you have doing lawn work or something.
Yeah.
But like I know in my state, Oklahoma, they want you to have the big blades to be sheathed. But
I
yeah,
was just
like
trying
you
to
said,
recall
they have
where-
to be out in the open.
Where all my blades are. I've got a bunch of them.
Can you show knives on
well,
here?
Your blades, I know where they. Well,
Yeah.
that's
I-
not
I had-
exactly true.
I had probably a dozen
Ooh,
fucking
that's a nice
blades, and she went hiding all of them.
Whoa,
I
dude!
did-
What is that thing?
That's a nice
Nice.
illustrator.
That's a fucking nice cleaver. It takes your hand right off.
Is that a cleaver or is that for food or?
That's like a
Yeah.
personal blade,
It's
bro.
a metal cleaver.
I haven't used it
Because
yet,
I'm a
but I
chef,
like the
and I'm
way it
like, dude, that would cut some meat.
looks. Yeah.
That's probably actually
It's
used to
small.
cut like small bush, though.
Okay. All right.
So you get with a girl and it's like, damn, look at that bush. Like, I got some for that.
I mean, you got to be prepared, noise. You got to be ready.
I can help you with this.
But my question is this: what is the damn point of having your ammo away from your gun? If you need it, you're gonna have to have time to get the shit.
It's
While
like,
you're
Most
while
of
you're
the
traveling,
time-
Elijah, while you're traveling, it is a matter of a threat. So
look, I
if-
don't.
it's a matter of when the police pull you over, are you a threat? Are you locked and
Yeah,
loaded, or are you
Mhm.
transporting?
Yeah, I
Right.
see.
I don't mean to insult anyone here, but those that have a gun safe in their home, what the fuck are you thinking?
That's
What-
right,
how's that-
dude. Yeah,
you know?
dude. If it's in your home, you need to be locked and loaded. Condition
That's-
1: there needs to be a round in the fucking chamber. You know,
That's what I'm saying.
I don't know. I live
Yeah.
against
I have
that
to
rule.
say something about this, and I'm totally in agreement. In Austria, you can have a fucking shotgun just when you are 18. You can buy it, but the rule is you have to keep the ammunition separate. Mine is
Yeah.
fucking locked and loaded.
My-
Yeah,
my-
I-
it- yeah,
I
it's
don't
just
believe
traveling
locked
here.
and
But
loaded.
why?
You gotta
why
be
the fuck
careful
would I buy
traveling.
some?
Yeah,
I
see,
mean,
I'm a big
Because
believer in
when I
keeping it
when I go
separate
back
all the
down south,
time,
I have to
except
travel
when you're
through
ready
New
to
York,
fire.
and New
Mhm.
York doesn't like guns. So when I
Yeah.
travel through different states, if
This is a blue
something
voice.
were to happen, anything, they have different laws. And so the best thing to do is just be pussy and obey by all the pussy laws, so that they don't try to fucking slap you with a ticket. And
Hey,
so, yeah,
Roadkill.
you have to have your gun separate from the ammunition.
Hey,
But
Roadkill.
but
That's like
if you're in your own
practice
state with a
shooting?
license, oh no, you can have that thing condition 1 in your glove compartment. You know,
well, that's
ready
like
to go.
okay. Say somebody breaks in your house. What the hell are you gonna do? Tell them to wait while you go to the gun safe? And
Oh
unlock
no
that
no no no
shit
no
and
no.
hit the
Oh, in
bullet?
my house is totally different,
Mm-mm.
Bubba. My house is totally different. That's a different. I also have a baton, a titanium baton, which I'd prefer to use. But I mean, if I have to,
I
if
sleep
there were
with blades
if there
under
was
my
some
fucking
if there
pillow.
was like a serious bump in the night, no, you're gonna get the Glock. But
Mhm.
you know, if I hear someone knocking around the house, I'm gonna grab the baton and come find you
Yeah.
and whoop your fucking ass. Yeah.
Now,
Yeah.
I will say I believe in keeping your gun and your bullets separate, even in your safe. Like when you go to the range, you should have your bullets and guns separated on the counter before you start shooting. So you should be used to automatically grabbing both, putting it into the socket, pulling back, and then firing. Like you should already have that trained into memory. And I know you're
Yeah.
military, so you have that trained in memory. Because like I was always taught, like my dad always taught us, if you got a gun in the house, keep it separate from the bullet. You don't need
No, man.
having
In my
any kind of
house, it's
accident.
ready to go, but it's also in a place that my kids have no idea. It's up
That's
high,
even worse, man.
and they have
Like
no idea where it is. And
that's
I know
even
where it
worse.
is because I can just grab it and go.
Now, see, like you
Well,
saying they don't know where it is, that means they're gonna accidentally come across it.
well,
No, 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 no.
a lot
They
of
can't
that
find it. They
goes.
can't find it, man.
A lot of that goes back when me and Noise was kids. We were taught at a very, very young age what a gun was and that it
Mhm.
wasn't a toy, it was a
Same
tool.
here.
I just
So
Yeah.
Right.
wanted to say,
we
I
always
will assume
knew.
Roadkill raised his kids right, that even if they find a gun, they don't fuck around with it.
I'm hoping
No,
so.
exactly.
Yeah.
See, and that's what my kids know. They know what's what. And my dad used to have a leather bag full of guns on the floor in his closet, and me and my sister found it, and we were like, "Whoa!" And we both like just opened it up and looked at it, and then closed it back up, like we didn't touch any of it. And then me and my dad, like a year later, we're cleaning guns on the front porch during a thunderstorm. That's what we did.
Well, I mean, hell, me and Noise can remember everybody when we were kids, everybody would drive around with a shotgun or a rifle in the back of their truck.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yeah.
everybody did. And by the time you were 6 at least, your parents would have you shooting a gun.
Mhm.
You got to practice sometime, right?
Yeah.
In
Well-
Austria, this is rare, but
Yeah, my
I'm
daughter's
happy
coming up on that, and
because
I'm like, all right, here we go.
I had
I'm gonna have
100%
to
of them.
I'm gonna have to train her ass.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it used to be, every day I'd come home from school, me and my brother would go out shooting cans down and that kind of thing. And, it wasn't a thing, nobody cared.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's good for children to understand what those are and be
Yes.
able to use them safely,
Exactly.
and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Because they're gonna, at some point in their life, they're gonna need to know how to take care of themselves
Yes.
and
I mean,
their families.
What the fuck?
And-
If you can't reload and even use safety and shit, and no, what the fuck is this? Is stupid? Only these pussy progressive people, which are in Europe very much many, would argue and call out Americans for raising their kids with guns.
Mhm.
I see it as the opposite. You raise them and teach them guns. They know. The fucking kids that you
Yeah.
hold away from it, they are the issue. They could be the
Well,
problem.
Correct.
Now,
Like
now
my
that
sister
they
and
no
I,
longer,
like we're so respectful about that shit. You're right, Lilith. Is that once you get them, you gotta train them young, and not train them, not even like instrument them. You just gotta just learn, just let them know, hey, these are heavy weapons. These are things that can really take a life.
well,
So
now that they no longer teach the kids at a young age about guns, now is when all the shootings are happening.
Yeah.
It's so stupid.
Oh, yeah.
It's a tool of death, and
Yeah.
you need to teach that.
Yeah.
Because you are responsible for killing. It's just a tool, and that must be taught. Is my
Well,
opinion.
I remember when I
Well,
was
okay.
in school,
if you're a little kid and your father forces you to shoot something and kill it, and you have to watch it die, and then sometimes you got to skin it and eat it, right? You learn the pain of death. If you have any empathy at all, you're gonna feel for it.
Yeah.
And you're gonna learn what killing means, and maybe then you won't get the ideas like, ooh, guns, and I can go take out a school, you know.
Well, I remember when I was a kid, and this was when I was little, like in first grade, all the kids carried a pocket knife to school because most of the time the teacher was a hard ass and wouldn't let you get up and sharpen your pencil, so you did it yourself.
Well, yeah,
Oh
everybody.
man, I always had the Swiss Army knife in my pocket.
All the kids used to carry knives. You know, it's like it'd be like, let me see your pocket knife. Everybody had one, right? Even the girls had them, and you know they were
Mine was
handy
good.
tools. And then one day the teachers were like, you can't have those. I'm confiscating those. And it's, what the fuck? And everybody was outraged. And now you look at people today, it's like, ooh, a kid with a knife.
Yeah.
Oh fuck.
I know one time I was pissed off. I'd gotten off the bus and my grandfather was sitting on the porch and he said, and I was pissed off and he knew it. He said, what's wrong with you? I said, they took my damn knife away from me at school, my pink one. The one you gave me, they took it away from me and they won't give it back. And I told them, I told them that if they didn't give it back to me at the end of the day, I was going to go home and tell my grandpa and he'd deal with it. He dealt with it.
Well, when my parents were in school,
I would do the same thing, Allie. I'd be like, give me that fucking knife right now.
When my parents were in school, they would let them bring their rifles to school.
Mm-hmm. My grandfather.
Okay,
said
that's
that too.
unimaginable in Austria. The gun laws are very strict.
Well, we're talking like 60 years ago, something. You know,
Yeah.
longer.
Fact is, when I was a kid, everyone had a knife too. But the gun laws in Austria always were you can't buy a shotgun at 18, or you'd need a license to carry any other arms, and the most automatic weapons you will
It's
not.
pretty basic.
get
Yeah,
legally.
if you're young, you can have a long rifle, and then if you're older, you have to. And if it's a pistol, you have to be licensed. Yeah.
Yes. Pistols are always licensed here. Yes. Fact is, I used more bow for hunting when I was a teenager. But fact is, I had hunters in my family tree on my stepfather's side. So I was introduced to fucking shotguns and rifles as a kid also, and I think that's a good thing. And as Noise mentioned, going on a hunt. I admit it messed with me a bit, but it teach me much, and I think enough was said.
I think that I don't
very-
like the animal killing, but I like more of the home defense. But I also
Yeah.
did some bow hunting in my life.
Yeah, well, the animal killing, it teaches you about death without killing a human. It's also
It
brings
also
you
teaches
more
you to survive.
Yeah,
that too.
exactly.
And it teaches you about the value of the food you eat.
Correct.
Most people fucking buy their meat in the supermarket and think nothing about it, and then they will say stupid stuff like animal cruelty.
That reminds me, Elijah. Remember that woman who was like saying that there should be no hunters, and it's like, well, how are you gonna get your meat then? And she goes in the supermarket
where it's cruelty free.
And they mean that.
Cruelty free. they're just lining them up in lines and bolting them. Yeah. No.
Yeah.
the bolt
She
machines
was
are
also the one that was astounded that I knew how to clean a fish.
Yeah.
And she was like, what are you doing? I said, you
It's
got
not
to get the
fucking difficult.
scales off of it. You can't eat the scales.
Phoenix, how's that thing going?
How's that thing going?
Your ass will.
Oh,
The
it's
asshole
going
is
good.
back.
Phoenix,
Yeah.
I think you need some therapy. I think you're having too
I
much
think
fun
that
with
is
that
the
therapy.
therapy.
I think we could all sit in a room with a therapist and ruin the therapist.
Yeah.
I did that 4 times, and I hate therapists and psychologists. But I ruined some. I was forced to go there. They were not happy.
Well, I think some are good, but most self-medicate too much and they get too much into the psychology of everything, and then they start analyzing everything. They can't just let something be as it is. You know what I mean?
Well, okay, who
Have you
was
ever
it?
seen those medical books?
Was it Freud that said sometimes a cigar is just a cigar?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everyone always quotes Freud. This man was insane.
But
Oh
I
yeah,
mean,
he was.
early Freud
Okay,
was
but
was well
but he was
done.
smart on a lot of things. But
Yeah,
he
he
was
was
insane
smart.
also.
That's
because
what
like
because he did too much.
We here in
opium.
Austria know about Freud because he's a fucking Austrian.
true.
Yeah.
Now I know
But-
like every year they release this medical book for mental disorder type stuff,
Mhm.
and like I went to I saw a therapist, the same therapist for like a decade, and he always would like anytime I would have questions about stuff, he'd always just look in this book and just look in this book. And so like one day I go find this book online and look at it, and all the book actually does is try to put a name to every possible issue or problem or thing that someone might do. Like
Agreed.
there's a name for everything is all this book really comes down to. So the reason why like it seems like some of these people hyperanalyze is like, nah, it's just they read this book so much that they then look at everything through the eyes of disorders instead
think
of
it's-
how things are.
I
If
think
you
it's
notice,
way
that's
more.
marijuana behind zombie there.
Yes, it is.
I know it's a good one too, bro. It's like orange and
It's orange,
tastes
bud?
like- Yeah, it's
plastic
orange
bud.
flavored.
It's pretty.
Okay,
fucking orange.
is everybody down for a show tomorrow as well?
I am.
I'm down. Hell yeah.
Always.
I'm not talking to Aswell.
Oh.
Yes,
I keep telling you, Phoenix, you need to make him a girlfriend or something.
Okay. So I'm clear. Is everybody cool with tomorrow as also?
Yeah, I'm down to fuck shit up.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. I'm avoiding saying
As
as well.
well.
Ass swell. Ass swell.
Well, he's a puppet. Yeah, it has to be like that. He's a puppet.
But I was
His ass has to swell, yeah.
what really pisses me off the most about psychologists and therapists is, as he said, they use books. They have fucking no experience. They're sitting a person who didn't fucking experience anything, looks in a fucking book, makes some names and tries to help. No, that doesn't work that way. You
I
talk
like
with
mine.
people who have experience and talk about the shit that concerns you. That helps.
I like
Talking
mine
to family
because
and friends.
she plays the devil's advocate. She's very like, what about this? And I'm like, God damn it. All right.
God damn it. God
Well, it
damn
sounds
that.
like she's always pointing out obvious things, Roadkill.
Yeah. She plays the devil's advocate quite a bit.
I had one of
And I
those too.
respect that. And she tells me that. And I'm like,
Did
all
she
right,
tell you to
well,
write stuff down? Did she ever say you need to start writing stuff down? So
No,
that way when you
no.
look at it, you can remember it better?
Nope.
Every therapist I
Alright.
ever had
Nice.
quit on me. Every one of them.
Same here.
They did.
I made one really scared. Even
They did. Every damn one of them quit.
they get
I've
scared.
had
They
quite a
can't
few
handle
quit. Yeah.
Reality. They can't
Dang.
handle real
I
fucking
don't.
shit.
I may have had like 6 of them, something like that.
One.
Oh, dude. Oh, brother. Yeah.
Noise one.
I'd say more than 6, but the one I'm on right now she's a fucking boulder. She's great.
Well, okay.
Is she?
I would
Is
assume some
she?
are good.
Is she a young or a Freudian?
She's older than me, so I think she's like 46.
Well,
No,
what
no,
she's
no.
referring to is what ideology of therapy do they
Freudian
subscribe
or
to?
Lewis?
No,
Freud or Carl Jung?
She's a what's it called? A rehabilitation, like readjustment counselor. So
Oh,
readjustment
okay.
to life.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
they are the worst.
No,
Normal.
dude, she is so
Normally.
cool.
I
She's
believe you,
great.
I believe you.
She's great. We
Wait.
respect each other. We honor each other. She's dope. Yeah.
Freud was
That's
a
nice.
genius, but he was insane. But my go-to pick is Carl Jung. I think he was beyond genius.
He was ahead
Okay,
of his
now I feel
time.
stupid. Who is Carl Jung? It rings a bell.
He
but I
was
can't remember.
Freud's student.
Protege?
Yeah, Freud's student.
Mm-hmm.
It's the two people that everybody quotes when it comes to psychology is Freud and Carl Jung.
Well, Jung
Okay,
was
well, Freud was teaching Carl Jung, but Carl Jung branched off into a whole different type of believing and thinking,
mhm.
and was looked down on for it.
Carl Jung focused on the ego, and the id, and
In the shadow.
Oh,
and the
yeah.
shadow.
Yeah, he'd
Ego
bring,
id versus sex desire.
He'd bring like
Well,
a spirituality into
yeah,
it and everything.
every time he linked it back to parents and sex, that was probably influence from Freud.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Yep.
Freud was the one that always went back on sex. So the thing is, when you guys say like Freud versus Jung, you're just basically saying is it id and ego
Alchemy.
versus sex or desire.
We have El Alchemy, and he says, "Mine have all had experience with their own mental issues, so they actually know to listen." Which, fuck, that's great. I mean, yeah,
Right.
I prefer a
Nice.
psychologist, therapist, whatever, with issues, so they can understand some.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they need to have experience. They need to have real shit happening to them, else
Yeah.
they are fucking useless.
Oh, I've walked into a room with counselors or psychologists that are like just straight out of school, like young, young, pretty, hot. Because I prefer females, but they're inexperienced. And then I'm like, all right, I'm gonna give you 2 stories. After that, we'll see where it goes. And then usually they move on. Whatever they do, they move on to a different department or whatever. But not saying it's because of me, but they don't last. But the one I have has lasted, and it's pretty cool.
Well,
I'm happy for you. That sounds
it-
really nice.
if you're going to delve into the human psyche, it is not for the faint of heart at all.
No.
Because you
Once
have
once they look at your health file and they're like,
Mhm.
okay, so how about this? And I'm like, ooh, let's not touch on that.
Well, what a lot of people that study psychology don't understand is it's a whole package. Yeah, you're helping them with their mind, but you also have to be able to read them, their body language and the subtle eye change,
Yeah.
everything, expression, everything.
Yeah.
And if they can't do that, then they got no business being a
Well,
psychiatrist.
Yeah, they
In
keep
my own
flipping their
experience-
legs, they keep flipping their hair, and it's like, dude, aren't you taking notes? Why are you all
In my own
flustered? Like, this
experience,
is your
it-
job. Just pay attention.
It's quite easy to fool them. In my own experience, you can make them think
Oh,
whatever you
yeah.
want them to think.
Oh yeah. It's easy. Especially if you're good at reading people.
Yeah.
If you're good at reading people, you can
If
fool
you're
them in
better
a
at
minute.
their job than they are without training it, then they are fucked.
That's like one psychiatrist.
I was telling Lilith about that psychiatrist I had that looked just like the man that played Hannibal Lecter on the TV show.
I liked
You
him. I
remember
thought
him?
it
Yeah,
was
Matt
me.
Mikkelsen.
But I think he knew he looked like that because when I first seen him, I'm going,
And he sounded
"Whoa."
like him, except he had a little bit heavier accent than the
Mhm.
actor does.
Yeah. But he was very concise, straight to the point, no bullshit. He was great.
Well, the biggest difference is everyone here, I think at least, I'm not sure, did this on their own free will. I was forced. So I was very offensive and defensive at the same
No,
time. all the
I
time.
was actually forced to go to all the ones I went to.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, the first
okay,
time
we
I
sit in
was
the same
forced
boat.
to.
But
I
there
used to
was
say
one, he was a nutcase. Oh my God. I took one look at him and go, he's self-medicating way too much.
But I think the experience they left with is they probably felt like they were forced.
Because you could tell it's like, what the fuck what just happened?
Yeah, the first
Well-
one I really didn't like. He was creepy, and I think he was trying stuff. I was.
Well, I think
extremely
okay.
young.
When I was younger, I was a bit more animalistic. I was a lot meaner, and I think they all felt like prey around me.
Oh yeah, they did.
Yeah.
Especially the one
Believe
that
me,
wouldn't sit down.
Believe me when I say I'm a different person now. You know, I'm unrecognizable compared to what I once was.
There was one psychiatrist that when we went in the room, they stood up and they stayed that way the whole time. They
Ready to run.
stayed that way, would not sit down. I was like,
So,
Jesus Christ, what
El
the fuck is
Alchemy
wrong with
says, one of my caseworkers, educated and experienced in psychology, knew me really well. He always knew when I was hiding pain. Well, that's good if you have one that can notice things. I mean, most, they just can't. They're just not good at what they do.
But
Yeah.
he didn't learn that it's a natural ability you either have or not.
Most
It's very. Sorry.
Mhm.
I just was saying it's very tied to the perception you have.
Mhm.
That's something you can't learn.
A good psychiatrist has empathy. They have
Yes.
to.
They
does,
do,
of
and
course, of
mine does. My therapist and my psychiatrist are both like really down to earth, really cool people, and I don't have to sit
Phoenix is
there
trolling.
and fucking like talk about everything. They're just like, "Hey, how are things going?" And I'm
So,
like,
so they
"Hey,
kind of
pretty
do
good,"
like Phoenix
you know?
is doing. That's what a fucking therapist does.
Phoenix?
There you go.
You
Yeah.
gotta look at this.
You are getting on my
Look at
damn
that.
nerves with that. You're getting on my nerves.
There it is. There it
Doing
is.
the prop
That's a
comic.
bad therapist. Phoenix, you're a bad therapist.
But my therapist not a fucking guy.
Phoenix, I
You're
know
being
where
attacked.
you live.
You know where you live.
I don't
So,
care if you know
okay.
where I live or not.
El Alchemy says it was about 50-50 in my case. I needed one because I was seriously mental and needed to be medicated. I've been there.
That's tough.
I've always had good self-control, but you know, if you have good self-control and you reach that point to where you're out of control, you're a fucking danger.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Agreed.
I can
That,
say
that,
I've
that was very wise. That was very, very wise words.
I've never been to a therapist, so I am perfectly healthy.
That's
As far
because
as I
they're
know.
helping
That's
you,
awesome.
you smart ass.
Good for you. Yeah, exactly. You lucky motherfucker.
Yeah, I'm perfectly healthy over here.
Playing with
That's
that
nice.
stick with your damn toes. Stop it.
I gotta grab it somehow. I don't feel like bending over.
You gotta do what?
Wait, what?
I gotta grab it somehow. I don't feel like bending over.
You gotta grab it with your
Oh,
asshole?
Phoenix.
There it
Oh, my
is.
foot.
No, bending over. You're gonna grab it bending over.
No,
That's what he
without
says. He
bending
normally
over.
bends over to
Without
grab it.
bending
Yep.
over.
Normally he
old
bends
butt-
over to grab it, but
butt
this time
kick
he didn't
clinch.
want to, so he used his foot.
Yeah, I can do both.
We got to get Daxonar in here, get him after Phoenix or something, or Mikey or something. He's got to have some
Wait,
kind
what?
of help.
No, do not get Mikey in here.
Yeah, let's do it.
Oh my god!
Yeah, I
Phoenix
he
said
like
he
that all
wanted
day.
Mikey noise.
Look. Here's
Oh
one.
my God, what the hell? Oh my God, punch my mama in the throat, karate kick my daddy in the chest. What the fuck? Oh my God.
The hell, Bobby?
Phoenix is punching the air.
Yeah.
All right, Rocky.
There needs to be more force and fastness behind it, else it looks kind of like.
What is right midnight?
Phoenix, do you need some alone time?
No.
With your stick and puppet.
No.
We can give you some privacy. Put him in the private chat, Noise. He needs some alone time.
No.
Well, you're the one that's sitting over there playing with a stick with your feet and playing with a blue puppet thing. It's not
Pull
my
yourself
fault.
together. Pull yourself together.
I have no camera.
Yeah. You're in public. You're not supposed to do that in public.
Dude, I'm just trying to put dicks and puppets together. That's all I'm trying to do.
You fuckers need to repent!
Hey, it's what the people want to see.
Not these people.
No. Okay. Okay, Phoenix. Listen carefully.
Hey, Emma wants to tell you something. Quit being a bitch.
Yeah. Elmo's right. Listen to Elmo.
Elmo is creepy.
Elmo is
Don't,
creepy.
please don't touch me, Elmo. That's it. That's what it is. Please don't touch me, Elmo.
Tickle me,
Yeah.
Elmo.
Please don't touch me, Elmo. That's gonna sell. That's gonna be a big hit. It's gonna sell everywhere.
Yeah. Probably at that game convention where they made the video game where people were beating the cat's ass.
Oh
Remember
God, I
that?
remember that one.
Oh my God! I can't. It's like, what the fuck are they doing to that cat? Like,
What's
what
wrong
are
with people?
they doing? And
Is
they
it
was
Bongo
beating
Cat?
its ass.
People call me insane.
All right, look. After the whole experience with the stick and the feet and the puppet, ew.
Yeah, ew. That's what I'm saying.
Look,
Ew.
I'm gonna give you a eye bleach, clip here.
Drop 'em out, let me see them titties. Gonna take along, look at those titty gold bitties. Areola's looking nice, nipples looking real pretty. Come on, let me get her at your boobs. Drop 'em out, let me see them knockers. Gonna take along, look at those big ham hockers. Just squeeze them together while I play with my cocker. Come on, let me get her at your boobs.
I still think the first one's my favorite.
I
She's pretty. I
personally
like
the one with the stiff nipples because the nipples are so stiff.
her.
It's the first girl that gets me every time. I'm like, whoa.
Yeah,
whoa, dude.
she's the most pretty one. I would agree.
I'm not gone. I'm here, really.
Am I gone?
No.
You've been gone.
You should be, Phoenix. Sitting there playing with a puppet with stick with your feet and everything else. I don't know. You even got Big Shirley aggravated.
I miss Dan shouting, "Back, Shirley!" And she would, "Shut the fuck up!"
She gets all pissed off.
She walks back.
What's that
Every
goddamn
time
noise? Why does
Every
it sound like
time-
there's a Mexican in the house?
Yeah, every time he gets on here and talks to her, she goes and looks for him. It's like, I'm gonna fight that son of a bitch when I find him.
Oh, that's so cute. Kitty?
Yeah. Where'd the kitty sound come from?
I'm like at the house right now. I don't know.
There will be kitties.
Okay. All right, since it's a quiet moment, I'm gonna play a short clip here. It's not real. It's but it's humor.
You should be ashamed of yourself.
Hey, they need love too, so.
Phoenix, I'm about to come over there and I'm about to beat your ass.
No, you're muted.
No, I'm
You
not.
get these gimped out, fucking retarded people. I'm not trying to speak bad about them. I mean, we are what we are. We're all fucked up, right? But you get these people, and it's bad. They're adults, right? They get horny too, and that's a fucked up thought. It is.
Well, you kind of feel sorry for them, in a way, because they can't express themselves,
He saw that coming.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a bit difficult. I know stuff about people. It is what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, old people need love too, and fat people need love too, and
What the
I mean,
fuck?
fuck it.
Well,
In today's age, if you're a straight white man, you're shit out of luck. You're just shit
Yeah,
out of luck.
oh, dude, yeah, I
Mhm,
feel it.
yep.
When, just moving around town, I'm like, I'm fucked. Yep.
Yeah,
I
don't know.
live up
Okay,
in the
no,
northeast.
no one
so
wants
I'm
black
fucked.
women. No one wants the black women. I'm sure you probably don't either. But go out and get yourself a black woman if you can get nothing else.
Dude, the only people that smack my ass anymore are black women, and I'm like, dude, don't touch me. Number one, number two, what's up?
Wait, you can't tell a woman slaps you on the ass, and then you're gonna say, "Don't touch me." Then what's no? Just
No,
skip the first part and
that's
go
the
straight
first
to number
thought in
two.
my head is
No,
like, who
what-
did that? And then I
what you
look
gotta
back and
do-
I'm like, what's up?
I got it.
When you walk by them, just stick your ass out a little bit, like you ready for it.
you mean to tell me you would walk around in public with your booty sticking out a little bit?
No.
Yeah, not
Yes.
me, but I
Okay.
was joking, but
No,
say-
no,
you know, I've had a lot of
I've
women.
had women smack my butt, and I'm like, don't do that. Like, how can you
Yeah.
do that and me not call the cops? But if I did that to you, I go to jail for like a year.
I don't know,
I've
every
had a
time it
lot of
happens to me,
women
I take it as
grab
a
up on
compliment.
me, and I laugh it off because what the fuck you gonna do? You can't hit them. You can't call the cops on them. What the fuck you gonna do? You gotta laugh it off.
Yeah,
You Americans are weird at this.
they are.
It's
What-
especially
what-
weird when like
what-
60 years old and do it. That's weird.
I've seen a
Uh,
60-year-old
humans are
woman
just
do
weird.
noise that way. I'm going, what the shit is this?
She was probably ready for him.
Women
The
get old
first
and
time I
feisty.
entered a DC club in Washington D.C.,
Okay,
this
Lilith.
this girl smacked my ass and was like, "Sup, big boy?" I was like, "Dude, I'm not even big." Number one, okay, so that was rude. Number two, I don't even like you.
Okay,
But-
Lilith, you like to generalize Americans.
I
If
don't.
you were in America, you would see it is a vast, vast, vast fucking land with many different types and many different ideologies.
No.
But let's hear your
You're putting
generalization. What
words-
is it you're thinking about Americans?
I think that most states are like different countries, like in Europe.
No,
As
I
you
mean
said,
what the
it's-
point you had. You know, you
The point
Americans.
I had is that America at the moment really fucks with straight white men.
Oh yeah,
That was
Yeah,
just
we're
what I
fucked.
was,
Yeah, we're all fucked.
I watched this for years now with fucking evidence, and it's just something that I was agreeing with when he said it.
Mhm.
Okay,
And
there
then
is-
I would say, you Americans, we weird like that.
there are a lot of
And you are
Americans you
also
can.
sorry. There's another thing. You're always weird with the touchy. I sue you for every fuck shake thing.
yeah,
What
yeah.
we're saying is
that's not normal.
a man can't. It don't matter if another man grabs him. There's not much shit he can do about it.
Yeah.
Right. Yep.
I mean, I don't like to be touched by strangers, but there's not the same repercussions.
Oh man, dude, if a hot girl smacked my ass, I'd be like, "Hello, can I buy your drink?" But usually it's a
It's
Big
not-
Shirley,
It's a
and
big Shirley. Big
and
Shirley's-
they're angry.
But there
And
are
I'm
a
like,
lot of
"God damn it, dude."
Americans you can generalize because there's a lot of they're like
aware.
the fucking same for miles, but that usually comes in income brackets. You know, you got your higher upper middle class, and a lot of them are exactly the fucking same. But then there's, I would probably say the majority of Americans are radically different from one another, with their mentality, their ideologies, and so on.
I would say that the breast bucket of Americans are rather centrist and individuals, of course. But you have your shit going, and I was just talking about legal situations with the touching and shit, and how fucked up it is at the moment for especially straight white men.
Okay,
that's something that I can generalize because
Yeah,
it happens too much.
I hear you say often, "you Americans," which I don't know. I think if you're well traveled enough, you'll find that it's you can't go. you Europeans or you Americans, you'll find more differences
Yeah, I
than
would
you might
agree with that
imagine.
one. That's just more or less a saying, not what I really think, because I'm very aware the differences between the states
But
in culture
but
and language.
there it is true. You will find certain groups that's fucking the same. All of them are the same. You will find those groups.
Yes,
But then you
yes.
have
It's same
more
everywhere.
that's not more, at least just as many that's radically different.
I didn't mean to offend, but I'm also need to claim that saying you Americans, only you Americans would get offended. Like when you say you people, meaning black people, that's something you're just not allowed to say. And yeah, I don't think too much
Well,
about it because I'm living my life saying whatever the fuck I want since I can remember. I flipped my teachers off and called them names.
again, not everybody is litigious, meaning ready to go to court. It,
I
a
hope
lot
so.
of times it comes down to your income bracket.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the
But,
poorer you are, the
That's
more you're
another
ready to
factor.
fight.
Of course, the logistics of it are
Now that I
very,
have
very
like
different
friend
factors.
lawyers, I'm like, okay, motherfucker, you want to fuck around? But no, dude, if a girl smacks my ass, I'm not saying shit. But if
Yeah.
if I'm
I appreciate that.
if I'm pushed up in a bathroom by some guys, oh yeah, I'm gonna sue the fuck out of you after I beat the fuck out of you. Number
I
one.
would probably murder them. I would
There
give
will
my
be
best shot to straight murder them.
Yeah, there's different levels of this shit.
But
But if a girl wants
Yeah,
to smack my
definitely.
butt, whatever. I don't care.
El Alchemy says there, get a geriatric, a little drunk here. They'll cross some lines that make you regret every decision that led to that night. I've seen fresh trauma in action.
Damn. Damn. God
I
damn.
love my alchemy.
Very well.
So yeah,
No, but
I meant
okay.
no offense, but I think I made my point. What I was trying to say.
What? Okay, I get where you're coming from. I'm just saying. Every time you go, you Americans,
It pisses you off.
I say
I will
come and
try to
tour
not do it.
America
don't-
before you say
I'm
that.
scared. I'm scared.
Just don't say that if you're in America.
Like I told you, like we've already told you, Lilith, if you come to America, do not go down south. Stay up
But I
north.
want to.
Stay up north or go west.
Everybody,
Go to the
everybody
middle of the
hates
U.S. and
Alabama.
on the world.
If you go down south or
You're so
southeast, you're
weird.
fucked. Yeah.
But I like South.
I know.
Even
They got
Alabama,
great food.
yeah.
Alabama. Phoenix
They're
is
gonna
not
they're
just
gonna
that.
be
No
they're
shit.
gonna be
There's the good
The South
barbecue.
is
There
harsh.
are the peoples.
Yeah.
The South
That's
is
the good
harsh in a
people.
lot of ways, but they are one thing that they are not is accepting.
Yeah.
They're very rigid in how they believe you should be.
Southern hospitality
true.
is a myth.
correct. Oh, who said that?
Phoenix said it, yeah.
No,
Dang
I was
good,
wrong.
brother.
That
fly.
Oh
Let's
my
see.
god. I
How about
found that
both?
out and I tell everyone up here, I'm like, dude, you took the words right out of my mouth. Southern hospitality is a fucking myth. Yes,
Oh,
it is.
absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, there's
Yeah,
no
look.
how you doing, darling. No, if you don't look like them or sound like them, fuck you. Yeah,
You need
might
to come
even
to
I,
Oklahoma, bro. That's where that myth comes from. Oklahomans are like that.
When I go to the north, I live in the south. When I go to the north, I'm blown away by how much nicer they are. Not everywhere, but in certain groups, they are so much nicer. Than
I get
Southerners.
asked, what the fuck am I doing up here? Because they're like, oh my gosh, I love your accent. Where are you from? And I'm like, oh, I tell them where I'm from, and they're like, why are you here? And I'm like, well, and then I have to give them
Okay.
the story. But at the same
And-
time, they're like, why would you come south to north? Because right now, no one likes this shit.
In this part of the South, they would call you a Yankee.
Oh yeah,
yes,
definitely.
yes, yeah. And dude, I'm from Southeast Virginia, and then I lived in North Carolina for 10 years. So, I mean, I got a little bit of South in me.
I
You
need
better
to
take it
learn
out.
more.
I know, right? Yeah, I got. Yeah, I'm careful with it.
But yeah, I mean, if Lilith, if you're not from here and you don't know anybody or whatever, you got to kind of be careful because here it's slower. People speak slower and with a certain inflection and stuff like that.
Here's what you gotta understand. You see me, you hear me. I am nothing like your average Southerner. I am nothing like them.
That you
gotta
told me
understand
many
that.
times, and I
No, you're
believe
wild,
you
man.
because I know.
Oh
it.
yeah, in a good way.
But still, the fact is, when I think about America, and just to be clear, I will never fucking dare to visit. First of all, I'm fucking scared of flying now. No, and I'm just literally scared. I fucking don't leave my house for fucking 10 years almost now. So that's even not an option. But just theoretically, I would be more interested in southern states than the northern
Well,
ones.
visit
There's
visit
not
with
too much that
visit
interests me.
with one of us. Yeah.
Oklahoma, bro.
Don't go by yourself. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, I would
El
never go by
Alchemy-
myself. I'm fucking small and weak.
Yeah,
El
go to
Alchemy
Oklahoma.
says
You'll be fine.
depends on where you go. I live right next to Louisiana border in Texas. It's mostly a melting pot of people where I live, so pretty accepting. Is that the South? I mean, I'm not sure exactly where that's at. Is that I know Texas isn't the South.
Because
I
like
could take
what
you to
that person's
Gatlinburg.
talking about isn't
Yeah.
that far away from like
Texas
Oklahoma and
is
stuff. And yeah,
geographically south.
we're quite accepting of people and stuff and where we're at. We're like Oklahoma is where that fault that everyone says that the South is really nice and whatnot. That's where that comes from is Oklahomans.
Okay.
I know a lot of people think Texas is the South. It is absolutely not.
No,
No,
Texas is Texas.
Texas is geographically southern, but it doesn't belong
It,
to the
it,
culture of the
Texas
South.
is Texas.
No,
Yeah.
Texas
It's
is
its own-
special.
it's
It's
its
special.
own
It's its own thing as far as I know.
Yeah, it's like its own thing.
Texas isn't geographically the South. It's the
No,
West.
it's in the South. Yeah,
Well,
Southwest.
technically, when you say the South in America, they don't actually mean geographically the South. They mean the original
Geographically,
Southern.
Yeah, I'm
southern,
aware
yeah.
the culture of the South that's in states that are actually at the top of the first third of the South of the country, kind
Right.
of around.
Yeah. Because like I'm in Oklahoma and
I
I get
get
told all
that.
the time I'm not in the South, and I'm like, bro, I'm further south than your state.
No, you're good.
know?
Yeah, Oklahoma's good. Yeah, you're good.
Mhm.
But yeah, it's weird.
Oh,
I understand
Alchemy
that
lives
one.
on the coast. That's why close to the Gulf. That's why everything's a little bit different where he's at because he's on the water.
Well, Gulf of Mexico isn't. That's Oklahoma,
Yeah.
Louisiana. I mean,
Mhm.
Texas, Louisiana.
hmm
both those.
Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, Florida.
What do you guys especially think about Florida? Because I think that's also its own thing. It's
Bro,
very-
Florida is where the
That's
crazy
where old people
live.
go and retire.
yeah, that I heard very much in Family Guy, and I heard they have good food and many parties.
Absolutely.
Okay,
the alligators and
Yeah,
the
it's-
swamp.
my
what-
geography sucks. I'll admit it. Where exactly is Texas on here?
Oh, no.
Okay,
Right
so
there
it's
at the
Texas.
bottom,
Very
bro.
far.
It's the south.
Dude,
of
Yeah,
the-
okay.
So that's what we're
From
looking at.
Mexico.
We're looking at the
Yeah,
balls
it's in the middle
of
of the
America.
South. Ah, I knew it.
Okay,
Yeah.
but
Yeah, you're right, Lilith. It is.
Even,
But
it's even
America,
geographically the most
people in
southern
America,
country of
the
state.
people in America do not consider it the South whatsoever.
Yeah, I understand that sentiment because the South, it's more lifestyle, it's culture. But
Well,
I
you
said
want
just
first you want to start with the first 13 states. Then you want to go down the eastern seaboard. And then
Ooh,
you can
timeline.
kind of drift into Texas, but Texas is a dick. They're assholes. they want
I
to be
thought
their own
Florida
thing.
is the dick.
Yeah.
It looks like the dick.
Okay,
Texas
but
is like the New York of the South.
Yeah.
depending on how you slice it, if
Oh.
you look up from where it says Canada down, that would be the West. It's the Southwest, sure, but it's the West.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay,
So
okay.
geographically, it's also the West, just the Southwest, but the West.
I
Yeah,
mean,
they do
here
have an
in
east
the
and
middle
west
of the
Texas.
country, we
Yeah.
call it the center or the middle west.
Well, it
Like
would
No,
be,
you
Midwest.
can't. You can't.
It
You
would
can't.
be
They're not middle.
southwest to be
They're mu-
exact.
they're
No,
not
like
middle.
here in the center of America, everyone calls it the Midwest, Middle West. That I'm just like confirming what Noise is saying. It's considered the West, yeah, but they can call it the Middle West here.
Mm-hmm.
Like I'm in the Middle West. I'm in Oklahoma. I'm right above Texas.
Yep.
Like
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm as an Austrian doesn't.
It's weird.
Oh no,
can't
I get
know the details.
Lilith, I
and
get
kind
exactly
of
where you're
thing.
coming from. It's in the South, but if you look at the whole country, there's a line kind of, down the middle, and it lays on the western end of
Yes,
it.
yes. It would
Yeah.
be southwest. Okay, that much I give you. Yes. Geographically,
But you
when
are
use the
correct.
compass.
yeah.
You are
Yeah,
correct
that's a
when
good
you
way to
say
say
it's
This
it.
is
south,
such a
but
fun conversation. This is so
but the
cool.
way
It's weird,
it
right?
the way it splits out, it becomes the west. But we're both right. Let's put it like that.
I wish
Yeah.
8-Bit
No,
Eric was in
I
here.
learned a few things, but I am pretty sure I didn't talk shit because
No.
even if I don't know all
Oh,
states
nobody's
where they
saying that.
exactly are, I know pretty much
Yeah.
foreign and European.
Yeah,
I
nobody's
would
saying
claim
you.
I
Oh,
know
dude.
more about America than you know about Europe.
If you showed me
Would
your
like that.
country, I'd be like, "What the fuck is this?"
Me too.
Mine is the really small in
Where
the
am
middle
I?
one in the center. It also has a dick. It looks like a upside down dick and balls.
Just understand something about Florida. All the crazy comes out of Florida.
There you go.
Everybody knows that. And
Yep.
I think it's the heat. It's got to be.
No, it's the bugs and mosquitoes, and it randomly rains and
Yeah, the mosquitoes and the what's it called, the humidity.
Yeah.
It has tropical climate actually.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's very tropical.
It is. It's funny
Zoom in
enough.
on
Texas
zoom in
and,
on
and
that.
Florida, Texas and Florida are almost on the same.
Oklahoma's right
equator
there.
line, but they
Yeah.
are very dry and they are very wet. And
I had
being
no
in
idea
wet,
Oklahoma was
peoples
right there.
are fucked up.
I
thought
know
Oklahoma
was
Houston,
messed
little
with your
wet.
head.
and all them all around in Houston, they get hit with a lot of hurricanes, which
Well-
turns to where our state is.
What
It always turns back toward us. for
What
the most
I'll
part.
be saying here, there's a radio show that reads out crazy crimes and people call in and guess whether they're happening in Florida or not. That's kind of where the term Florida man. There's been so many headlines with Florida man.
That's
fucks
what
a
I'm
moose.
saying. That's what I'm
Florida
saying.
man
Yeah.
eats someone's face off.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Although funny thing is, it was a California person who did eat the other person's face off.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Well,
In Europe, people eat other people too. That's nothing special.
You know where I
well,
wanna
they
go?
were on bath salts. They weren't doing it out of like religious stuff or anything like that.
Mm.
I need to get
There
to
is also not religious, just mental illness or
Oh, because I know
Well,
there are
mental
some
illness.
people in Europe
mental
that do it for
illness and
religious
really cool
reasons.
new drugs.
We got that in America too. Religious cannibalism.
yeah, I'm not going
religious
to
Okay,
cannibalism.
okay,
I actually never witnessed.
No,
Oh,
dude,
it's
go
crazy.
to Roswell,
They,
man.
they
That's
like
where
feel
I'm
like they're
at-
gonna
that's where I'm
survive
headed.
forever by doing it.
Okay, Lilith, over here where it says California, that's where they tried to put all the gay people into one state, but it didn't work out.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
know
they
what
all ended up
California
in
is and
San
where it is.
Francisco.
And I would not for fucking anybody on the world fucking go there for a day. No thanks.
All right, you guys want to hear something kind of creepy?
All right, let's check out
California is
Roswell
the far
real
left
quick.
side of America, and it's the far left people in America. Florida is on the far right side of America, and it is the far right side of Americans.
Yeah,
Yeah.
well, geographically, it's the far right southern side because
But
the
I
far
tell you,
right
when you're
would be
coming
on
from-
the same line, New York, but they
When you're
are
coming from the
fucking
south
also
here,
blue balls.
Oh, you got
and
that
you're
North
going-
Carolina in there.
And
Hello.
Florida's got that peninsula, you know.
when you're coming from the south here and you're driving like up to Michigan,
Okay.
passing through Kentucky is the hardest fucking part. Kentucky feels like it lasts for days. You're driving for hours on
Yeah.
hours on hours, just
Yep.
road
Are the
and road
roads
and
so
road.
shit?
Yep.
It's up and down too, right? It's a lot of mountains, isn't it?
Oh, I
thought
took a
in
different road when I
Colorado,
got down there.
Colorado are
Into
the biggest
Gatlinburg,
mountains, the
to
Rockies, no?
Tennessee, it was a motherfucker. Yeah.
The last time I went through, it was heavy fog from Kentucky to Alabama. So fucking heavy, you literally couldn't see 3 foot in front of you.
I believe
Oh.
that, yeah.
That's scary.
Yes. One time I
Phoenix
drove
was
through
There,
that area, and
Phoenix,
it's like
me and Phoenix had went.
Yeah, imagine like going
Crazy.
through Silent Hill. You know how the fog is through that? It looked just like
Yeah.
that.
Damn. So like some years ago, I went to Florida for a conference, and on my way back, we were rushing because they had a hurricane coming in, and we went through the bottom side of like the area in Alabama, and they had like we were going right over the water side, and it was fogged up like what you guys were saying, and I was like, damn, man, I had that exact vibe, like the it would have been Silent Hill 2 vibe, you know, because it's
Oh
also by the
shit.
water. Yeah.
Dude, I was just thinking you were gonna say that.
But that trip from like Alabama to Michigan is a minimum 8-hour trip, but of course it can take 12 hours depending on if you know the roads and how quick you're going, and the
Oh man,
the
it would take me 12
traffic and
hours to
everything
get
else.
down there. Yeah.
You're going by car?
Yeah.
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 Do you realize
is
how
the
expensive
situation in
taking an
railroad?
airplane is?
Yeah, fuck airplanes. Fuck flying.
I can't even get on an airplane. I don't have the ID in America that allowed me to.
Yeah, I don't
Oh,
either.
that
I
stupid
don't
ass
either.
fucking ID me. Yeah.
The fact
Now,
is,
yeah.
here in Austria, we travel with trains most of the time. I mean, you
What, do you
will
live in
have on the
Japan?
countryside. No,
I was just about to
Austria.
say, in the middle of America, we still do the train thing quite often.
There's no train
It's the most
stations here.
convenient.
Yeah.
It's
We
the
don't have
most
There ain't
convenient.
nothing
You
here.
drive
have
with the car from
taxis.
Vienna to
Look,
my cousin.
we don't have
That takes
Uber
forever.
or taxis here. We don't
Yeah.
have a fucking bus stop here.
Damn.
I see.
Nothing.
You don't got a car, you walk. That's it.
I know. I'd meet you guys in Texas somewhere.
Yeah, well, your state is double the size, when not triple. You are in Alabama, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's from this from
We're right on
how
the
much
line.
space it is. It is 3 to 3.5 times the size of Austria, at least, if not more.
Wow.
So
We're
yeah,
right.
our
My
country
aunt's
is
from
better
Montgomery.
connected with infrastructure, with the
We're
trains
on the
and stuff.
line between Alabama and Mississippi. I mean, basically, 5 minutes
Okay.
we're in Mississippi.
Yeah.
Rather north of it or south, or where at the line?
Middle. We're in the middle.
Middle, between the two.
Yeah,
Send
yeah,
the
between
cursor
the
over
two.
toward
make
Mississippi
a dip.
noise.
Well, okay, let's say I'm not gonna give away too much. Just saying that we're
Oh,
like,
sorry, I
we're in-
forgot. I'm so stupid. Oh my god.
we're in
I think he
Alabama,
just
like
realized it's on screen.
5 minutes from Mississippi.
Yeah, we're real close.
Well,
Wow.
the fact is, everyone, I live in Austria and I live in Vienna. It's a fucking little town. I'm actually, if wanted, not that hard to find.
All right. Look, dude. Noise. Let's look at Austria.
Yeah, look
Be
at this
careful.
little
It
shit.
kind of it looks like a like
It
a
looks like
lake if you're not
upside down
careful.
picking balls. Yeah, it's
I've
very
never
small.
heard that one before. I've never heard that one before.
Yeah, well, it does.
Because like on
Would
an
be.
America map, we have these Michigan lakes, and
Yeah,
Austria
small.
looks like kind of like one of the Michigan lakes. So
I've
Americans
never
tend
looked
to
at
call it
Austria.
the lake.
I've never had to look at that place.
Oh, it's cute.
Oh,
It was really
little
big at
tiny
some time.
baby.
It's very tiny. Yes.
Look
Still,
at the
it will
comparison
take
to the other
from
countries
Vienna
around
to Innsbruck. It will take you with the train about almost 8 hours. So yeah,
Wow.
there's that.
Salzburg. Okay.
It takes
Many
longer to
mountains
drive.
in the
through-
west.
It takes
Many
longer to go
mountains in the
through
west.
Texas.
It's a
That
very
looks kind of like
mountain
West
country.
Virginia.
Dude, that place
Okay.
is tiny. Fuck.
They're
Now
very
imagine for somebody's in Austria or some such European little itty bitty place. Imagine being in
tiny.
Texas. Texas could be a country easily by itself.
I can't
Yeah.
even imagine being
Most
in
places.
Texas, and I grew up in the United States. I
Yeah,
can't
that's-
imagine.
You have really, really much land and very great states in the sense of how big they are.
Mhm.
Just don't go to Florida.
But density-wise, we're not so dense here.
What's that
Well,
called?
Germany
In-
and
in-
France
Innsbruck.
are
Innsbruck.
more or less, and Ukraine are more or less the only 3 European country who would have a chance to have the same size like some states. Even Norway, Sweden, and Finland are, since there are too many mountains, rather small, actually. Where people
Okay,
can
Vienna. That's where I know you from. Vienna.
Yes, I'm living in Vienna. Yes, all my life. I
Roadkill's
basically,
just now catching up.
But now I have a question for you, Lilith.
yeah, of course, please.
Okay, in Austria, do the people, depending on what city they're from, do they speak with a slightly different dialect?
Oh, it's
like they do
very,
here?
very, very different.
Okay.
Fact is, I can't even understand people on the other side. I need to
okay.
learn new vocabulary. The differences are very big. The
Well, they have
people in
some
Vienna
coding.
are the most easy to understand. People on the land side, the more west you go, the less you understand.
Yeah,
Okay.
like my cousin from Holland couldn't understand German. He was like,
Yeah,
I think it means this, but he
no,
was from
it's
Holland, and I was like, dude, you speak the same language.
Holland and German are not the same language. There I need to correct you. They are very, very close to each other. More or less, they are the closest one of the Romanic German based languages, but they are not the same. It's like I watched a Holland Smurf TV show, and I understood like half of it, just
my goodness.
because it's so similar. But it's definitely not the same language. Not at all.
Yeah,
Holland
I
is
was
is
very
a mix
upset
of
when I was like,
Nordish
dude, you
and
can't
German.
explain what this means to me.
Yeah.
You both sound the same.
Well, it's kind of like how
So-
like Portuguese and Spanish, Mexican are so
Oh,
vast.
Portuguese is Spanish and French. That's different.
So
Yeah.
Lilith, it appears that you live in the city. I would imagine if you lived in the country, you might have some culture shock.
No, I grow up very much at the countryside.
Oh, okay.
Because I spent very much time there. If you go west, it's on this map. When you zoom out, I wouldn't see it. There is something. It's called East Tyrol, also East Osttirol, halt einfach. That's a small part of the same Tyrol. There is where my grandma is. It's in the middle of the mountains. She had farm, and it was all good. What's even furthermore a factor that I need to tell is I grew up most of my life when I was a kid and teenager at the northern edge of Vienna, where the river is, and there is much nature.
Oh, okay.
I grew up in the
Nice.
nature all my life.
Okay, so
I'm not a
noise.
city
Noise.
kid
Can
per
we move
se.
in on Puerto Rico?
do you miss living in the country, Lilith?
Very much so, but I couldn't afford it.
Yeah.
I couldn't. I can't. There are not
that is if I can spell Puerto Rico.
sponsored apartments.
P-U-E-R-T-O.
Yeah.
Puerto Rico with a C in the Rico, and Puerto as you say it with a T and O. It's
That tiny ass shit.
Yeah, it's a fucking baby island.
It's a baby.
That's the one with the fake mountain on there, right?
The mountains in Austria are really nice. That much
There's an
can I
island
say.
with a fake mountain that the American government put on there back in like the 50s, but I don't know which island it was.
I never
Oh,
heard
but
about that one.
odd enough, Puerto Rico is part of America, isn't it?
It's a territory.
Technically, yeah,
It
it's not actually a
actually
state.
kind of is.
Well, you'd be amazed at the
Like
people who
Hawaii.
don't know that.
Most people don't know
Hawaii
that.
and Puerto Rico, what I know, are American appendixes. They count to the USA, as far
Yeah,
as I
they're-
know.
Their citizenship counts to our growth numbers, and they pay taxes and stuff, but it's not considered a state, which is
It's a
kind of
territory.
okay,
It's a
okay.
territory. Yeah.
It's a territory. Okay, I said appendix, meaning hang on.
Oh,
But
I didn't
Hawaii
hear
is
that.
actually a
I
state.
just
But we
wanted to
actually
pull
have
that
like a
out
bunch
for
of islands
for,
like
for
that.
Dan and Toasty and Sonia. If
Yeah,
they're watching.
there's the
Yeah,
tri-
Oh, 'cause
Hypnotic's
they're all
also
Puerto
Puerto
Rican,
Rican.
yeah.
Hypnotic also, but
yeah, he's
Puerto
also,
Rico.
Hawaii. That's a U.S. territory or state?
No, it's a state.
State, yeah.
That one is actually
It's an
state.
island.
So
off of,
apparently we have 53
California.
Yeah, it's on the
states
East
right
Coast,
now.
very
Yeah.
south of the East Coast.
Yeah, but we also have like a lot more territories than people realize. Like, there's a bunch of
Yeah.
islands America owns for
Damn
various
white
reasons.
people.
Japanese Sea.
Yeah.
What do they call them? Colonizers. Damn white colonizers.
Yeah, you gotta hate them.
Hey,
Fucking
America and
more
Britain went to war.
Trying to make your
well,
life
military
better,
complex.
motherfuckers.
fought financially over an island
for
because it
the
had like
supply
$1
lines.
trillion worth of bird poo on it.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Oh, that's in South America. I think
Yeah.
at the west coast of Venezuela is this island
Yeah.
located. That made really motherfucking much money. As was the silver. Venezuela was really thriving in the, I don't know, 50s or whatever this was.
Yeah,
I heard about that one.
I could not
All for
live
the nitrogen, bro. All for
there.
the nitrogen.
I could not. Mm-mm.
Last time I went to Florida, and it's been a long time now.
Oh, no.
But they were overrun with Czech people. You know, Czechoslovakians, however the fuck
yeah.
you say that, right?
Oh,
Czech.
I have blood
Czechoslovakia.
from them.
Yeah.
But the women, all the fucking Czech women, had thicker mustache than I do. It was fucking
Really?
weird.
Dude, the Czech women I've ever met are some
They
of
are
the
all
most
hot.
beautiful women I've ever met.
Yeah. It's like Russia. You either have a 1 or you have a 10.
Oh my god! Like I've been like blown away by the Czech women.
Yeah, man.
But
I mean,
the
I
ones-
couldn't. I couldn't.
ones
live
that-
in-
Okay, this was probably 20 years
Yeah,
ago. I don't remember. It's been a while, right? But at the time they had just had a inpouring of Czechs, and I'm not clear why, but they did. It was right after some hurricanes that came through, and the women were fucking brutes and had mustaches. You could tell they were women, but they had thick mustaches, and it was they were fucking
Wow.
ugly.
And unibrows. Every
Oh, yeah,
one
yes.
of them.
Yes, they had thick
Great
unibrows.
day. Shade them shits.
I was like, Jesus Christ, get you some Nair or something.
No
Get
shit.
some tweezers, something.
well, that's nasty. That's nasty. Well, I actually, my last name at the moment is a Czech one because 1, 2 generations it was married in the family, but it's a myth that they are all ugly. It's
I don't
it's
know.
like-
I don't know.
like
I don't know.
with the
Czechoslovakian,
Russians.
Eastern European women are
often very hot,
hey
but
Heyo.
often very ugly. That's the same with Asian
Shirley.
women.
Oh,
There-
Big Shirley. Oh,
there will be ugly ones.
I
there
don't
will
I
be-
don't go after them, but when I see them, I'm like, whoa, hey, hi.
stop it. Oh, Big Shirley, stop it. Oh.
God damn, we got some
Pick me
weirdness.
up.
We got a waving stick. Fucking waving stick. We got attacking pugs. Eh,
Is small and feisty getting big?
I mean,
actually, they're not growing that well because they have to be kept on a diet because of that virus that they had. They have
Yeah,
to
that was
eat
nice.
very small amounts so they can grow their stomach lining back.
Aw.
oh, that sucks.
But
But
I'm so glad nothing bad happened. I'm so happy
Well,
for you.
2 of 3 of them are sold now.
Oh,
They're
nice.
still here,
Small and
but they're sold. They haven't picked them up yet.
It's
Nice.
small and feisty. So
Yeah.
She just accosted me. Big Shirley. You ought to be ashamed of yourself.
yeah, it's fine.
She did. She just boom. And to be a little dog, she weighs nearly 30 pounds. She's not
Yeah.
fat. She's not
They don't
fat.
care if they fat.
Mm-mm. She's not fat. She's just big. I think some bulldog got in the line somewhere or another. Somewhere.
Put the fucking
She's
stick
She's
down.
big boned. She's big boned. like Cartman.
Everybody loves the thick.
Phoenix. Oh,
They you kicked him just because he played with sticks.
Well, he's playing with his penis on his camera. It's gonna get it's gonna get Noise in trouble.
Wait a minute. Who
People got in trouble for knees.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, there you go.
That is
Dude,
true.
I know a girl on YouTube who puts her knees up all the time and there's no trouble. And I'm like, dude, watch your knees. And she's
Well,
like, what? I'm
I
like,
don't think anybody realizes, but like the reason why they went after Smash or whatever, like sure the system thought it was boobs, but they have this rule where if they're like the knees on the bottom or whatever, they just keep going with it as if it's boobs. Like there's a policy in YouTube about the knee thing, and there's a lot of women streamers on Twitch that know this.
that's
And
fucking
that's
trash.
why Aramith, that's why that lady streams with her knees in the bottom of the camera. So if she gets clipped on YouTube, YouTube will slap it down automatically.
That's fucking
And
trash.
like if you'd have to go look up a bunch of different streamers and YouTubers talking about it, but there's a video somewhere of some hot streamer on Twitch and she goes, well, all my friends tell me if I put up my knees, they'll stop, but I already know that it will make what was she say? Something about her it would make it take longer to get videos edited because her editor does stuff to her videos and she didn't
Interesting.
want it to take longer. Yeah. I don't remember that lady's name, but
No, yeah,
that's
the
the
girl,
one
the
Gundam
girl
was
I
going
watch
after
always
for
has her knees
forever.
up, but she also has great boobs. So she's got boobs and knees, and no one has said anything.
Well, see, that's the thing. They won't ever say anything to the actual person, but they'll say it if it's if it gets clipped or if it's not from that
Man
individual,
boob.
it will automatically pretty much get tagged, slapped, and removed.
Dude, it's so weird. It's so
There it
weird.
is.
But that's the whole double standard thing also because
Yeah.
they say it's okay for the women to have their knees showing because it's their knees. I'm just like you can have like a large portion of your skin showing because it's your skin, but someone else is not allowed to showcase your skin or your knees.
Oh, okay. So I can
yeah.
walk
No.
up into someone's stream and just put a knee up and
The
fucking
puppy you see there, some people have been like, why are they missing hair? They're not. They're brindle colored.
Are
See,
they short
Lilith?
hairs?
Small
got-
and feisty is fine.
Small and feisty.
Look at that little bub.
Oh no, I know what you're about to do. You're about to try to eat the. Yeah, you're gonna eat the camera. Come here. Come here. Here, put her back.
You have really good taste. You breed the pugs. Very smart choice.
But yeah, I know you was worried about
Yeah, that
So,
is what she meant,
hey,
Alchemy.
hey, everybody, we have
White ram.
Do-do-do-do.
Ah, Will of Blur.
Hey.
Lauren of Blur. How do you say? Is it
Wearing-
Lauren?
Wearing,
Warren?
like a wearing.
We're not blind.
No, I don't
Yeah.
think
Well,
I
I
can say
would
that.
call it
Okay.
wheel rum
okay.
or a
What,
wild rum.
what
Yeah.
is a Wirren?
It
Are you
sounds like a
asking
river.
me?
Anybody?
It
A
sounds like a
wearing
river.
is kind of
It's
like
the
a
name of a river.
dragon.
We're
Oh,
not blind. It sounds
No,
like
no, it's spelled
some sort of
different.
like night name.
The Wirren you're thinking of is spelled W-Y is different.
Yeah, because I thought
Oh,
he's
okay,
spelling like
yeah,
whirlwind, but run instead of wind. And no
Okay.
L.
Oh, Warren is a dragon. Okay.
Oh.
The Wirren of Bly is a character name from a book that he adapted.
Oh, that's even
Okay.
crazier.
Oh,
All right.
okay.
No,
yeah.
Good to know. I like this. I do.
Yeah, down.
Still reminds me of like a dragon, though. Like one
Yeah,
of
well,
those
that's spelled
wearing.
entirely different.
Yeah,
You like fucking talking doggy thing now.
I know. I'm in the middle of something.
Hey, yo, Phoenix.
Oh, Phoenix.
What? What's going on?
I love when he starts hanging on to like the wall.
Yeah, I
Like,
know. He's just
all
like,
right, you guys got like 15 mics till I'm out.
Actually look comfortable. I think I know why he does it. I will admit I always have my feet on the table.
what the
Always.
shit is going on?
He's reverse stripping.
Oh God.
Wrong way.
Phoenix, you're going the
I
wrong
don't-
direction, Phoenix. There you go.
Uh,
Yes.
there- there you go.
Phoenix the right
Okay,
Through the
way.
window, Phoenix. Through the window.
I'm gonna pull
Go
you.
through the
I'm gonna
window,
pull you.
Phoenix. Through the
I'm gonna pull
window.
you. Come on. I'm gonna pull you.
Nice. Nice.
I'm not drunk enough for this bullshit. I don't.
never-
Yeah, it's like
I'm working on it.
it's like El Alchemy says there. You're thinking of the
Yeah.
word wyvern.
Yeah.
Wyvern.
What the fuck? That word, right?
We gotta
Waving.
smoke more pot. You know.
Ah,
We're in like
D&D,
destroyer
yeah.
or whirl or something.
And Charlie Nuclear says is a D&D third edition. I take it, Dragon.
Oh.
And that's probably the 3.5, yeah. Gosh
Yeah,
darn.
I started out. I don't remember what edition it was, but it was the original red box
was warm.
edition.
Yeah, my mom taught me that one. It was a fucking red box with a book in it, with the fucking cubes. Nothing more.
That's the first one I remember. It may have been before then, but it was still
it
the
had a red
80s.
dragon on it.
When I first played, it was still the 80s. So
Yeah, it was in the 80s. Yes, of course. I grew up in the 80s. Yes.
and we didn't have the cards or the figurines. It was just pen and paper and dice and imagination.
That's how I grew up, yeah. Like my dad taught me D&D, and I think it was like edition 2 maybe. And then when I actually got into D&D, I got into the 3.5 book.
Well, my parents grew up in the 50s and they thought everything was the devil, or not necessarily the devil, but stupid. It's like you work, you shut up, you do what you're told. Everything else is fucking stupid, and you don't need to be doing it.
I kind of got lucky. My dad,
Yep.
he grew up with the
And you get your
one of
ass
his
beat
brothers,
a
math
lot.
guy.
You get your
Yeah.
ass beat a lot.
Oh, I definitely got my ass beat a lot too. Still, that's probably a good thing that like
But,
getting your ass beat teaches you things you didn't realize was going to teach you.
Yeah. Well, see, I had siblings, and that's where I learned a lot of bad things. But most of everything I learned, I had a lot of siblings. But parents, the only thing they ever did really was put me to work and whoop my ass. Now I learned my lessons from those things too. That it's not necessarily a bad thing. But I was worked like a fucking mule by 6 years old.
Yeah.
Well, I got lucky with that one. My mother had trauma because her parents gave you the treatment you have, so she almost never touched me, and my stepdad didn't dare, so I didn't get beat a lot, actually, not really, and I would have fucking deserved it because I was beating on my brother very much just for I did the ass whooping, for example. And I really messed up.
Was it
many
an
things.
older brother or younger brother?
Younger brother? I'm the oldest.
Well, I had
Well,
four
I'm
older
small.
sisters. I had 4 older sisters, and they were way older than me, and they would beat on me quite a bit. But I was the youngest out of.
Sorry.
Let's see.
7.
8. He's going to go
A
with
lot
8.
of siblings, right? A lot of siblings, and I was the youngest by far. And they all beat the fuck out of me. But guess what? When I got a little older, I was beating the fuck out of all of them. They made me the meanest and the toughest.
There you go. Yep.
That's nice.
I was the smallest. That didn't fucking matter.
It's not about what you can do, it's about what you will do. And that's
Oh
what
my
you got to worry about.
Yeah.
I've heard of
this
Hero
sentence in my
Quest,
head.
but I'm not familiar. I've never played it. I've heard of it, never played it. But go ahead.
Wait, what? I didn't hear that one. Dragon Quest? What?
Hero Quest.
He said closest he got to D&D was board games inspired by it. Hero Quest and Key to the Kingdom were great games. I've
Hero
heard of
Quest.
Hero Quest. I've never played either of those.
Yeah, I also only know it by name.
Who
Yes.
said that?
That was
El
Alchemy.
Alchemy.
El Alchemy knows stuff.
Did any of you guys ever do Dragon Dice?
Dragon
Mm.
Dice?
Yeah,
No.
well,
What, is that the
basically-
name of the game or?
Well, yeah, and there's 2 different ways to do it. You can do it with actual Dragon Dice, where there's like different ways to attack and defend, or you can do it with like a regular set of D&D dice, and then basically you and another
Never played
person
that.
throw at the same time, and who has the highest total wins.
Mm.
But
No,
I will
no.
agree with Lilith. El Alchemy,
Fine.
from my experience, the time he's been in my chat, he's a very knowledgeable person, and I always appreciate smart people here.
Well, one game that I
Just
was,
as Charlie Nuclear, his intelligence lays more in science and technology, but he is also one smart motherfucker.
It
Well,
is. It is.
I'm
It glows
curious
in the dark
about
too.
the Castle and Crusaders D&D like game.
If
it's
you're
not
not familiar
because
with
of
Troll Games, Castles and Crusades, I think it's called, then
Yeah.
you're not watching my shit, and you should be watching my shit.
I truly want zombies feedback on Sasquatch.
Sasquatch?
Oh,
Creature?
Oh no, it's an interesting conversation. Sasquatch, Bigfoot, and in general here we are at least in the least open to the belief of it.
I'm
impossible because-
fucking around. I'm fucking around. Okay.
No. Let's be real here. Monkeys that big existed in the past. It would be just possible that some survived in the north of Siberia or where the Sasquatch should be, or even I think Bigfoot is really more stupid. It is not impossible,
It's not
but
stupid. It's
very
real.
unlikely.
Let's get real. It's real. It's a real thing.
I don't
Look,
think this.
we
All I
have
know is they
Moving
stink.
on.
Listen,
I just wanted
we
to
have
ask
all
someone smart
species
about
of
something
apes.
fringe. That's all.
We have all species of apes. Why the fuck couldn't we have a Bigfoot? Why not?
Yeah,
They
because
stink.
it would be hunted to distinction. It should be long gone.
Like my daughter says, they throw rocks.
To
They
this
do.
day, they are still discovering new species of all different types. To this day,
Yeah, in the ocean they do.
no,
Well,
in the forest as well.
I will.
Yeah, that's
will
very
say-
rare. One
I will
or
say there is
two,
there's
maybe
an
3 per
island.
year.
There's an island somewhere where America used to go and send people to. It was where that one lady, she had a thing set for 35 years, and she watched the silverback gorillas on this island. Okay, and one day they got up and ran away. They had to run. They were ran out by the gorillas, and America told everybody. They basically put a statement on the island that said, "No humans allowed. No one allowed on this island. So it's a dangerous island." Well, I think it was in 2014 or 2016. Some group of rich Americans said, "Why not? Why can't we go to the island?" And so they did a scientific study where they paid for scientists to go back to the island to see what was going on. And they caught footage as they were running out of the island, as these scientists were running away from the island. They were able to catch footage and pictures and stuff of gorillas throwing spears at the scientists, which is the gorillas were the reason why they ran out the first time. They were ran out because the gorillas started using tools. And then over 20 years later, now they were actually hunting with tools and spears. And so we have seen evolutionary process in some kinds of apes, especially silverback apes, because they are kind of like the orangutan. They're very close to human anatomy.
Territorial.
Yeah, and they are very also socially connected, as in like there are some ape families that are not socially connected at all. So do I believe in Sasquatch? Unfortunately, no. And I have gone on Sasquatch hunts believing in it at one time.
Zombie.
I also don't believe in ghosts.
What the fuck? Where are
Well,
we at now?
And I used to hunt
Where
ghosts
are we
too.
at
Need
now?
to believe. But I like what he said. I didn't know that one with the gorillas throwing spears, but what I know and actually saw a
Right.
video of is chimpanzees who use machetes because fucking psychopath African warlords taught them that, and that goes over the generation. There is a wood where you shouldn't go in because there will be fucking chimpanzees how to know to use fucking machetes. And you should all know that fucking monkeys, even a chimpanzee, is way more stronger than you.
Well, do you guys know that joke? we stopped giving the gun to the monkey since the 1986.
Yeah, then don't have the
That's not actually a
don't
joke.
give
That
them
was a
again.
real thing. There was a country like in India or something that they were training monkeys to use guns because they thought it was gonna be civilian protection. And monkeys just went on rampage, killed a bunch of people one day, and they had to stop doing that. They're like, so that
Who would've
joke
thought?
actually is to like a real incident in life.
It
Well, here's
obviously
the,
is.
the thing
That-
about
that's so
Ghost,
funny.
right?
I never heard that.
The thing
Okay.
about Ghost is, I've always been kind of a believer, but not in your typical fashion, maybe. But
You a believer.
then there
You're a
was
believer.
then there was that study that this college did where they took years and they manifested. They all told each other the story. They made up a whole backstory and they manifested things that happened. So part of it makes me wonder if some of these ghosts, paranormal experiences aren't self manifestations.
All I know is when I go into the store and I'm trying to figure out what I'm going to get, if I don't pick it out fast enough, it will come flying off the shelves and land in front of my feet.
She's not lying. She's not lying at all.
Every single time.
Me and Phoenix have seen it.
Elijah, I'm never shopping with you, ever. I mean, I'll do some like grocery pickups, but if we have to go to the
serious?
store together, I'm going the other way.
Me and
Yeah,
Phoenix
Ellie,
have
are
seen
you
it.
serious? Are you
Yeah.
serious?
Well,
That
yeah,
really
we've
happened to
seen
you?
it many, many times.
Mhm.
Like,
It's very common.
Hey,
It's
Alicia, can I ask you a
usually-
question?
So
it's
scientific.
usually a bag of bread
And so
or a
you are
can.
lucky.
It'll just go pop, flop, flop down.
Yeah, shit
Hell,
falls down on its own because if it's stacked falls, it will fall down.
No,
Hell,
no.
Sometimes months
Oh
after.
hell no! Oh
This
hell
is
no!
like
Listen,
from
okay,
the back
listen,
of the
listen.
shelf.
We
Yeah, I
are
would
not
throw up on the
idiots.
floor.
We
if I
are
saw
not
that shit.
idiots. We know
Friend.
things fall. We know things fall when stacked. We know things fall when halfway on something. We're not idiots, so don't start with that premise.
hey,
Yeah,
Alicia.
well,
I
see,
would
the
explain
thing
it for
is-
myself this way to keep my sanity, because if that
Mhm.
happened too much to me, I would start to actually
question everything.
Yeah,
Hey, Allie.
Hmm?
Do you
But
do you
I
ever
believe
get
you.
those thoughts where you're like, oh, I need to call my kid, something happened, and when you do, something actually is or just about or did just happen?
Mhm.
Because like I've heard of the thing you were talking before. Maybe not specifically with groceries, but I've heard a lot of times there's a lot of stories where women go into their kitchen and stuff comes out of the cabinets. And there's a scientific study that went on for like 50 years where they were saying that if you have that precog thing with your children, then this is a common occurrence with anything that might have metal or plastic in it.
Hmm.
Well, that actually happens more with me. I usually know
Very
when a
interesting.
situation's gonna be bad or about to become bad, and I'll let everybody know, and it
Mhm.
fucking happens every time.
With
Man, that's
me,
what's
it's
up.
like
But just want to read this comment. Oh, Alchemy says, "I'm quite sure ghosts exist from my experience, but the power of suggestion is an incredibly powerful influence." And he's right. I mean, not everything's so cut and dry. You get a lot of fake shit. You get a lot of wishful thinking, and sometimes you get manifestation. There's so many ways this can go. It just opens the discussion really wide.
Well-
It does, and all I can say, please let me say this. All I know is that I know fucking shit about fuck. I don't know if ghosts exist, if God exists. I don't know. I just can choose to believe it or not.
Mhm.
Nothing more. I fucking really don't know. So I will never rule it out.
Well, everything comes down to usually our senses. Can we smell it, hear it, touch it, feel it,
Yeah.
so on. Everything. So there has to be a defining line. Does this exist or does this not? Because it comes across my senses.
Mhm.
No, I would say like when you start ghost hunting and stuff like that, like that was the thing that made me stop
I would
believing
too.
in ghosts and Sasquatch, because I used to believe in all that, and because I was raised between both a Catholic and a like a Quaker, and
What's a Quaker say?
ghost hunting made me realize that. It made me realize that once you stop believing in ghosts, the ghost stops. Like I went ghost hunting one time with my brother, a couple of friends from high school, and some people who were like professional ghost hunters. And my brother came out of it more believing in ghosts than ever before. But like in the whole
Okay.
time we're in this haunted school, my brother's sitting there scratching at his face, and then when we come out, he's like, "I got all these scratches on my," and we're like, "Yeah, dude, we saw you scratching your face like you were nervous or something." Like, but
Okay.
so like it breaks the difference.
To pick up from where you're saying you experience less when you don't believe it anymore, that's absolutely true. I mean, not in all cases, but generally speaking, that's true. But there's two arguments that could be made from that. And one is you are no longer manifesting it because you don't believe it. Second argument is you need to raise energies for them to manifest from those energies. That could be an argument.
Well, we can go with the third argument, which is that you have to have the ability to be manifestable or controllable in order for them to have control or manifestability with you. In other words, like you have to have a mind state that they can change, manipulate, or be able to control in order for you to even be able to know their existence. Like that's always a possibility. And if that's a possibility, then the only reason why I have a disconnection is because me trying to see that they're real and proving that they're not real.
Wait, that's a possibility, sure, but it could be a natural thing in people. Either they have the ability, call it a third eye, maybe. Either they have a strengthened third eye or not. Well, you said that, you know, to control the person, which, you know, that doesn't, if you are able to see it or not, that really takes control out of the equation.
No, what I'm saying is if you have a mind state that could be in some form controlled. So say, for example, if you was to get drunk, or if the right person was to talk to you, you might be more influenced or whatever, then the ghosts have an ability to have something over you, or the spirits have something over you. And the second you do anything to disconnect you from that belief, then they have been disconnected from being able to affect you.
Well,
like that's an actual like
your phrasing is what really draws my attention, as in control and have something over you, rather than you have a strengthened third eye and you have the connection. You know,
well, what I'm saying is it makes no difference to your third eye or your precog ability or anything like that. It would simply be your mental connection to the whatever that is, since the spirits are coming from.
Couldn't you just as easily say that you have control or something over them?
You could have control or whatever over them, but if you have the ability to be controlled, then you have the ability to witness ghosts. If you don't have the ability to be controlled, a ghost has no reason open to you.
Well, see, that's the phrasing that catches my attention. Be controlled. It's not necessarily.
It just means in the possibility of the realm of, like when you disconnect your mind from, like when I went through the thing and I did all the stuff and I fully disconnected, like my belief was disconnected that ghosts can exist. Like there's a disconnection in my mind where it is not possible from the forces of nature and things I've experienced physically, mentally, and emotionally. And that's what I mean. That disconnection is a huge thing. That's actually where the difference is. And if you talk to Catholics, they'll tell you that that's the disconnection from God. And if disconnection from God is a disconnection from spirit.
Your phrasing leads me to believe that your beliefs are from religious, because they will use terminology such as demons and having control over you and having something over you.
I have a faith, man. I'm a druid. I don't believe in God. I'll say that here, but I do have a faith in religion, man. Yeah, absolutely.
Well, okay.
There's a difference.
That's your take, but let's say that's a possibility. Of course, it's a possibility. There's also, it could just be that you have a stronger third eye and you have a better ability to communicate or have a connection, which has nothing to do with control or having something to do over a person.
Because what I'm really all it's really coming down to is, if there's any way a spirit can take control of your influence, what you choose to do, whether you realize it or not, including subconsciously, then a spirit has a reason to open up to you to do so. Yeah. If you have no way, then they have no reason.
Generally speaking, spirits don't do that. Demons do. Spirits don't. Generally speaking, and I have vast experience. From my vast experience, spirits absolutely cannot do that. but things
depending
considered
if you're believing in
things can be
demonology or
attached.
non-demonology. Some places
things
spirits
can
and
be
the only
attached.
difference between spirit and
Yeah.
demon is how long has it been there or how bad has it been treated.
I love
You know.
this topic very much, but I
Well,
want to take
either
my
way,
hot
there would
take
still be a
if I'm
difference.
allowed.
Yeah,
You
but
know,
what I'm saying is the difference isn't like
No,
actually
I
in
don't.
what they are, but
No.
like in how they are.
well, the thing is I know.
Well, that would be a difference between a priest and a crackhead. They still have two different labels, and they
No, there'd
have
be
two
like a
different
difference
roles that
between a
they're going to
priest and a
play.
preacher. They both have the exact same label, but neither one of them are the same, right? Some
Well,
preachers are held to higher
that comes
regards than
down
priests
to
and
your
vice
point of
versa.
view. That comes down to your point of
Exactly.
view on it.
Yeah.
Exactly. And
Well,
that's the reality of it. Yeah. Because
I
like
know.
imagine if like you have no point of view that a ghost can affect, then why would a ghost want to even open up to you?
Oh, well, that's your point of view. In my experience, ghosts, for whatever they are, whether they're spirits or just after images of emotion manifested, have no influence on you. They would have to be something more than a ghost or a spirit.
Well, the thing is I know from my own experience that they don't really care too much until there is something going on in their environment. Like if you, it's like, okay, say you're asleep, minding your own business in your own house. Somebody's coming in to take pictures of you. That's going to
I
piss
can
you off.
understand that.
You know what I mean? They're the same way. There is no difference between the spirit and the physical. The only difference is the you can't see them with your physical eyes until they want you to.
I think
You see
everyone
what I'm
here
trying to
made
say?
really good points. Really good points. I really love this, but I would like to take just a short of time to take my hot take. I will first of all say I don't know shit about fuck. Okay, but what I know is that the human mind is capable of very great things, and for me, always the factor of belief was the cause of that. If you understand what I mean.
I do.
And that's where I'm coming from, because I never got proven or confronted with anything that's not coming from my own mind. I did some shit that's not explainable, but my mind did it.
Well, that
So
kind of plays
I'm
into
coming from another place here.
that. Yeah, well, that kind of plays into your third eye, so to speak, or your spiritual antenna, maybe, however you want to look at it, right? Some are tuned different ways. Some are cut off from that ability. So and it's each of us, of course, it's just our opinions. I'm not about to sit here and go, it's this way. Fuck, no, I'm not about to do that. That'd be stupid, right? That would be closed-minded of a person, and they'd be an ass for it. But my take on it, some people's spiritual antenna, their extrasensory perception, whatever you wish to call it, are weakened or disconnected.
Well,
It's the point gland. It's in the movie with fuck, the man from Reanimator. The fuck, I hate not remembering stuff. The pituitary gland or something is
Pituitary.
responsible for the third eye, or what it's called.
The
I don't
pineal
remember.
gland.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, that one. Yeah, I heard
Or
that
a penile,
people have that.
different ways.
Have that more they have a stronger one, so they see more stuff. But that again would, at my mind at least, play in the mind of the power of the brain. Fact is, I'm small and I manage to destroy things I shouldn't have, what Chinese people would talk as a key. And
Well,
this shit was all in my mind, but it had as a real effect. So
there's
I
also
always
a
believe
factor.
that will be possible for many other things, especially when you really believe in it.
There's also a factor I've noticed. Those who are scared to death of this stuff, that they will, even if a physical manifestation happens, like something flies across a room for absolutely no reason, they're gonna make up reasons. They're gonna act like it never happened, and in their mind, it will have never happened. They will never seen anything. Nothing happened. They just are so fiercely blocking it out for their fear.
That
Well,
makes sense to me. That is a sentiment I can actually support, and I think that many people would do that. But that wouldn't count for me
Well,
because all my
those
life I wanted to
those
fucking
people
learn and see something like that. I'm not
those people will have less
have not that fear.
experiences
I
because
want to meet
of that
humans.
great mental block.
well, what a lot of people are afraid of is the manifestation that the spirit chooses to show you, because a lot of times they're showing you what happened to them because they're trying. I wish I could explain this better.
No.
It's like, imagine a vacuum and it's dark all the time, and you see this little pinpoint of light. Well, you're going to go toward that light. Well, if nobody else can hear you there and you find somebody that can, you're going to try desperately to reach out to them to get them to hear you, if that makes any sense.
Makes
Yeah, that
very
makes
much
sense.
sense.
Yeah.
That
You see
makes
what I
all the
mean?
sense.
Yeah. So in a lot
But
of ways, that's what happens, and people get
but
scared.
again, this isn't so much a debate because none of us are, right and have the facts, because I think that would be
No,
asinine to say. We're just
Everyone is
each
on the
giving our
side.
takes on it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's
Compare and learn and think more. I'm very amazed at every turn. Zombie said nice thing. Noise, I already knew how you think because we talked it already. Alisor also said very interesting shit. I
And
hope
Phoenix
I wasn't
hasn't said
the
shit.
lame one. Yeah, that's his job. Phoenix
His
would
job
be-
is to play with a
he
puppet
would
and a
be
stick.
silent.
Yeah.
Nice.
Phoenix is winning today.
He's
Yeah,
winning.
best of everybody.
You did.
But yeah, I mean, I've been, and I'm sure Noise has too. I've been in places in the woods where there was nothing. I mean, no
No sound.
bugs,
No
no
sound?
birds, no
I know
sound.
this one. I know this
Period.
one.
You know what
I
I'm
know this
talking
one.
about then.
Yes, I know
And
this.
that creepy damn feeling that you get when you step into a place like that, and
Well,
how heavy it is. you know.
Animals are sensitive for that. Something like that could just be a matter of the magnetic
I
pull.
often- Yeah,
Mhm.
I
It
often
could
heard
be-
that it's magnetic
could be
waves
as simple
that
as
make
that.
the animals
Yeah,
go
that's
away.
what I mean.
And listen, that
And we're
that
too stupid
magnetic
to go
pull
in anyway.
also literally gives you that creepy feeling. If you're close to a power source, you can get a feeling of being watched and creepiness.
Yeah.
Agreed.
But I know a lot of legends where native people would avoid great wide areas for that reason. They would
Yes.
say every damn time that the land is bad there, don't go there.
The most famous one to me is in Japan. There's a wood where people, 90% when they go in, kill themselves, and there
Yeah.
are no
Well,
animals. There's
I've heard
no
about
sound.
that, yeah.
There's
Hold
something
on.
wrong.
Suicide Forest is like that's the only place it's legal. That's
Mhm.
why they do that there. All right.
That's the reason.
Yep. Because like
But I
there is
learned
like
that
in
there are
Oklahoma
no
we have
animals.
something called a parallel forest where dead people
Yeah.
get found, but we don't know where they're being killed at, and also animals refuse to go there. I'm trying to get a link for you guys right now about the parallel forest. But my computer's not letting me copy and paste the link over to you.
Well, do you know there is a
Noise and
mountain?
Phoenix, knock it off.
There's a mountain
It was
in
fun.
the United
There'll be
States.
slaps.
I think it's called Shasta Mountain, where
Yeah,
a whole
yeah.
bunch of people disappeared from there, and they couldn't find them at
Yeah.
all. Period.
Well, the Shasta Mountains also you have like the people that live in the mountains in that area. So they were because I've heard of that before because that's also where the Shasta Soda Company comes from. They
Mhm.
use the Shasta water.
Mhm.
And it's like I've heard about that. Like in the 70s and 80s, there was like over 100 different like events where there were mass missings of people. And
Mhm.
to this day, they still think it was just like undocumented people's living out in places.
Phoenix.
Are they still having fun?
He's fucking around.
Okay, Zombie or Zombie, he's good with these links. Says the haunted parallel forest in Oklahoma is not for the faint of heart.
It is really creepy. Like the second you get near it, you start feeling weird. The second you're in it, you feel
I
worse.
want to go there. I want to go there.
Oh, it's the place to go. It's fun.
I do too.
It's terribly scary, but it's fun. And this is one of the places that made me stop believing in ghosts because Geronimo shows up here like almost every fucking night and drops off of a cliff. And
Have you been to his grave, bro?
Oh, yeah. I've been to his like 2 of his fake graves and then his like actual grave and then his
Actual
like
grave. Yeah.
Like
Yep.
there's a documented grave that you can go to where it has a headstone and all this, and then there's the grave where he was laid at. And I've been to all of them. And the one where he's laid at, there really is a feeling there when you go there. If you're ever going to say, if you want to make people think that spirits exist, you go to his actual grave and people will feel weird. And then you go to the parallel forest during sunset and they will go, I saw him jump off. And it's like, I'm like probably one of the only people that's ever gone there and did not see him jump off. Dead serious. Because it's like a big thing where like in Scouts, we do it as a hazing trick where we'll take people to the one and we're like, this is where he was laid, blah, blah, blah. And then blindfold you and drive you to the parallel forest.
I'm so sorry, though. I will come back to the power of the human mind. There was, I make a fucking stupid example, and you will maybe understand better what I mean. When I was a teenager and started smoking weed, one of my 2 friends, we were chilling at the house of one, and they took the foil you need for cooking, the silver one, and made faces and put them in places, and they fucking fucked their own mind so much they got fucking actually scared of that shit, and they fucking infected me, so I got scared of this shit. If you believe hard enough, things will happen. Those fuckers moved. Those fuckers were scary. But I still think it's my mind. So I would always be careful with this without denying that it could exist. I just don't know. I never saw a real one. I never had a real experience with anything that would be, the word is supernatural, which I actually really would like. And not even fear. I would seek it out, but I never found it, and I gave up because I think it's not real. I think the human mind makes it if it can, which it can.
Lilith, we ought to go shopping.
Yeah, maybe that would change my mind because that shit sounds real.
Yeah, you go with other people, and like that's what I did. I went with other people, and either that experience with the people is going to help you prove it to you that it is, or it's going to help prove to you that it isn't. You know what I mean? Because like with me, like I said, my brother, he believes in it more now than ever. He's a little bit more religious now because of after we had done that, you know, and I became a little bit less religious after we had done that.
Well, I know when I was a kid, my grandfather had died, and my grandmother was distraught, obviously, and it was in the middle of the night, and she used to have this feather bed, feather mattress and everything. So I was snuggled in her bed asleep, and I opened my eyes, and her rocking chair was rocking by itself, and I kept watching, and then I woke up a little bit better, and it was my grandfather sitting in her rocking chair. And he told me, he said, don't worry, I'm fine, and be good, and take care of your grandma. And I said, okay. And he said, go back to sleep. And I fell back asleep. And I told her about it, and it made her happy. She said, yeah. She said she thought he might come visit. But that's happened quite often with my family.
By the way, Zombie, I sent you a friend request on Discord. I don't know how often you use Discord, but I sent you a friend request.
Oh, thanks for letting me know. Yeah, I don't get notifications, so yeah, thanks for telling me.
The way the forest is laid out, it kind of seems like underneath it is like limestone, the rock. I mean, under the soil.
Very much rock here. It's a very rock soil.
There's something under it, but we do have like limestone and something else and some kind of like toxic material under the dirt as well.
Yeah.
So, and then depending where you're at, there's like a ritual area where there were various pagan type rituals done there for years and years and years and years. So
White
there
line.
is
Yeah.
there is a pit. There's an entire pit with seats and everything for fire and whatnot, and it's one of the spots when people go to. It really keeps saying that's like the pit is where we keep finding bodies. Like throughout the 70s, 80s, and 90s, bodies would just appear there, and it
Oh.
got to a
You-
point
you-
where
you-
the military would
I
go
know.
through it every day.
I know paganism is often used as a scare tactic, but there's one thing you have to understand about paganism. People, your common person who say was alive in the 1800s practiced a lot of paganism as common everyday household things, and
Yeah, even sweeping was
they didn't
considered
consider it
paganism.
paganism.
Yeah, and that's why I said pagan-like, because it's not actually pagan rituals; they're satanic rituals, but they are set up to be similar
Well,
to a pagan ritual.
Yeah, I follow what you're saying, but
Aye.
pagan actually is anything that is not under the umbrella of heaven and hell and
Normality.
everything associated with it.
Well, it's just whatever is
it's
not
what
commonly
before the
accepted for
fucking
the
white
time.
religions came. The white religions fucking killed paganism.
You know,
But-
judo,
or-
Christian, Daoism, or
whatever
whatever.
No,
it's called,
pagan
right?
just means that whatever religion is not accepted at the time. Like, for example, when
Yeah, possibly, yeah,
Catholicism began, it was
furthermore,
considered
pagan,
pagan.
was the word the Christian used to fucking destroy.
No,
things
pagan was
like
the original
Old
word
Father.
for Christians and Catholics. Pagan was the original word for Christians.
That's true.
and Catholics.
I never heard
That's
that.
true, and
That's
yes,
what
paganism
Romans
is
called
umbrella
Christians
term.
and Catholics, pagan. And then
So
when
the
Christian,
Romans called
when Romans
Christians
became
pagans.
Catholic, they called everything else pagan. That's where the actual word comes from. It's a Roman term.
Yeah, you're right on all of
Huh?
that, but to my understanding, I'll say this, I'm not saying I'm right on everything, but to my understanding, in modern days, in this day and age,
It's more like
it's
Wicca and non.
well, it's anything that's not under Judo Christian, that umbrella. So
Yeah, it's
actually,
not the white
Satanism,
Well, I'll tell
Satanism
you
is
boys
not.
this what I would
Satanism
punch
is not
the
considered
fuck out of
paganism.
Bigfoot. I would
And
beat
I
the
know
shit out of that
because they
motherfucker.
believe in heaven and hell, God, and all that.
Satanism
I'd
is
beat the fuck
tied
out of
to white
Bigfoot.
religions.
Hands
So
down.
it's not paganism. Never was.
Satanism,
never
But with
will
that
be.
being
like
said,
too
there
many
are
forms.
different sects of Satanism.
Yeah,
Some do
because you got
not
the
believe
Hollywood
in.
and you got the non-Hollywood.
Some do not believe in the devil, Satan or Lucifer, which are two different deities. Some do not believe in any of that. Some are all about the self, and how much they can get.
Yeah. That's what they call old Satanists. And then ever since that one guy started the Church of Satanism in the 70s, you have what's called Hollywood Satanism,
Yeah.
which is like the
that's rather new.
they eat humans, they drink blood, they're all vampires, kind
Nah,
of.
that's all bullshit. That's
Exactly.
Was I just hearing? Was it Roadkill saying he'd beat the fuck out of Bigfoot?
Yes. Yeah, trying to move on. I want to beat the shit out of Bigfoot.
What Bigfoot ever do to you?
I don't know. I just want to hit him.
He wants to change the subject.
I just want to smoke that motherfucker in the face.
Yeah.
And see what happens.
This
Did you know I hate
topic,
bears?
this line
I
of
wanna kill
topic
bears.
does disturb a lot of people. So feel free to move on.
Yeah.
I want to go to Skinwalker Ranch.
Ooh.
Now that
nice.
would be
Nice.
fun because aliens I
Skinwalker
still
Ranch?
believe in.
Dude. Yeah. Yep.
I want to go to Skinwalker
What
Ranch.
is
Me too.
Skinwalker Ranch? I'm so
The
stupid.
Alien Ranch. That's where the aliens show up, bruh.
Yeah.
Dimensionals. yeah.
It's
Yeah,
those where
they
the
claim-
cops got
They
fucked
claim a little bit of everything happens there, but they've also
Yeah.
made the claim that they've seen portals open and alien beings step out of them.
Yeah.
up. I see.
If anything's gonna happen at Skinwalker Ranch, if I was there,
It would happen.
somehow
Wait, Majora's Mask
happened
had
to me.
the part that you
I
played.
can't
that
go
they
I don't know,
disagree on.
dude.
Or
I'd
not.
leave my revolver behind. I'd just walk out there like a fucking asshole and just be like, "Fight me now!"
Ale, you would need to show up on like the solstice, like on the solstice, go up to Skinwalker Ranch, and the craziness would happen for you.
Right?
Yeah, dead
That's when it
serious.
happens. No
Yeah.
cameras are on. No one's watching. That's where people are like,
No,
what
they
the
said
fuck?
on Skinwalker Ranch during Solstice they can't even the cameras pick up only static or something like that. Like it's that bad, whatever is going on up there.
Yeah.
Hmm.
No, dude,
Okay,
it's
I have
nuts.
two things. I have
And what
two
it is
things.
the electromagnetic pull.
There
Like,
are
there's
a
something
series
happening.
of TV shows where they filmed it there, but you know they get fairly minimum activity in these TV shows. I mean, more so activity you'll get in most places, but yeah, usually their equipment conveniently breaks down when the stuff happens. Which, if that's real or not, probably not, but I'd imagine it does happen.
I don't know. The guy that is a physics expert is kind of like the lead way to, and also he's fucking he's hilarious. He's from Tennessee, and he's really funny. Like his
Oh yeah, I've
accent,
seen
he's
that.
just like,
yeah.
I don't know what's happening.
To
but
me, he's
this
the one with common
motherfucker-
sense amongst them.
Yeah, I'm just like, all right,
Well-
this guy's smart. He knows what he's doing.
I have an idea. I thought about what would happen if there was a hadron collider on the Skinwalker Ranch.
Wait a minute.
They
But
got to piss in it.
Yeah.
Uh,
Even
what-
the aliens would piss in it.
PM what?
They'd be
The
like, oh, a
hadron
urinal.
collider.
A
It's
particle
a
collider.
self-cleaning urinal, finally.
Oh, I'm worried. That thing's
Damn,
gonna
damn,
blow the
zombie.
fucking
What's
world
with the
up.
background? That's a weird one.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
my
You
that was
create
my
dark matter.
youngest
You
daughter
create dark
born.
matter on Earth. You're
Oh,
fucked.
Oh, that's a
baby.
cute one.
Yeah.
Oh, the little
That's
cute,
baby.
Bernie.
Yeah, the baby would have just been born.
Yeah, this is like
Oh,
the first
it's
hour
still
of
very
her life.
pink. It's very pink still.
Oh,
yes.
the
It's a
little
Bernie.
baby.
I'm so glad for you to have kids.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It's a nice thing. It's
Yes,
the reason
reproduce
you're
like a
alive.
good straight white man should.
No, it's
Well, I
the
don't know if
reason
you're
Oh, she's
white,
gonna
but,
be a
you know.
small and feisty.
I don't know.
People
You know
act
what?
like
You know what
it's
noise?
something else.
That sounds
Yeah, she
weird
is
to me.
small and feisty.
It
She's
does,
gonna
it
be
does.
small
Yeah.
and feisty.
But in this day and age, it's something you kind of have to say, you know? It's like,
know, right?
good job, you fucked something and made a baby.
I know, right?
Yay.
But yes, I want to build a hadron collider on the Skinwalker Ranch and
Yeah.
see what happens.
Oh
Okay, can I
Lord
say
Almighty!
something? Some people here are actually believing in aliens. Yes.
Yeah.
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 The fact is, I think it very possible, as long as we accept the rule that the space actually is endless. If that's the fact, there must be 100% aliens.
Okay, but
If
not all
they-
of them come
Oh
from
my God!
space.
Let's not even talk about that. Of course
You
there
know,
are.
extra dimensional.
If they
Extra
visit us,
dimensional.
I'm not so sure. Yeah, and the multiverse and extra dimensional, it makes sense, but it's not proven.
No, we're
I
talking
like
about
it.
being able
I
to
will
be
not.
able to cross into the next dimension on
Well, that
our
would-
own whim. Yeah.
But
don't
which dimension?
Yeah.
They're
Don't believe in
infinite.
that.
Yeah.
For all
Like,
you
what
know,
if-
we're steadily
fine.
transversing dimensions, but you know, within a set, line of them.
Yes.
See, like
Yep.
dimensions is something I always think is kind of stupid because mathematically it makes sense because we're just describing more points on a graph
Yes.
versus like in physical reality that would be like something kind of odd, but that means that like eventually you'd go out far enough and then like change or something like it just doesn't really make a whole lot of sense.
It freaks people out and it freaks math out. Yes.
No, it's not that it freaks math out. It's like outside of it being mathematical, dimensions doesn't really make sense because it's nonsensical. As in,
long
like,
it's forward. Yes.
what I'm saying is like, okay, it's like if you get in a spaceship and you go forward, like we sent one probe out to go see Pluto and went further than Pluto, and it saw something called
Pluto is
Lectrino,
a
where it went past Pluto and went past this like cloud space that we have never been able to see past. And when it got past that, we saw something called Lectrinode, which is a series of lights that show like a huge cluster in space. Then this probe slowly turned to show 6 more Lectrinodes in the sky. And so it's like they were like, that is the similarity to like if extra dimensions existed, that would have gone into the 4th dimension or the 5th dimension or whatever. But because dimensions don't actually exist, we can only see so far. We can only
Right.
go so far.
But
Then all it did
you're
was just go
referring to-
further out.
You're
You're
referring
right.
to dimension that is in terms of 1-dimensional, 2-dimensional, 3, and so on.
I mean
Uh,
mathematical versus non-mathematical.
No, yeah,
Well, yeah, that's
I feel
essentially
you. I
that would
feel
be the
you, and
same
I
thing.
hear
Yeah,
you, brother.
Like
Yeah.
they both have the same number thing. They both fall, but mathematical, it's like you can only use it as proving something. You're only
But
using it to prove a theorem or something like
for
that. You're
some
not
of
using
us,
it in reality.
we're talking about dimension in a different terminology. Dimension as in I don't know. It could be
Like a multiverse.
something. It could be
See,
for
that's
one.
what
It
I
could be
mean by
something beyond
physical.
reality.
But
We,
that's
you
the
know,
thing. Like beyond reality, you'd have to believe that exists, or else there's not. It's
course.
not physical.
well, there's things that exist that haven't been proven, and I mean, I think it's foolish to say if it hasn't been proven, it cannot exist.
I'm not
I
saying
will
that. I'm
not
saying the
rule out
differences between
dimensions. I
physical
will
and
not rule it out.
non-physical.
I
Oh,
will
okay.
only say that the fourth
Okay,
dimension or
tangible,
fifth dimension
non-tangible,
is
or
not
No, physical,
conceivable for the
non-physical.
human
You can have
beings.
something physical and not be tangible.
okay.
Oh,
Like
So
we
okay.
have
Yeah,
digital
I
stuff.
think I get it.
It's physical, but it's not tangible. But it's physical.
Yeah,
Right?
let's say
Digital is both.
something comes from not our
I like
reality.
smart people.
It could
And that's
still
what I
be
mean. Like
physical.
if
It
something
could
we
comes
still
can
be
from
step
beyond
into
physical in our
other
reality,
reality.
it
things.
has to be
Yeah,
beyond physicality.
correct. We can step into other things.
Well, what I mean is like it'd be a mental thing that you're experiencing.
Yeah.
You wouldn't be experiencing something physically because that wouldn't make any actual sense. You'd just be moving from one spot in space to another spot in
Well,
space, either very fast or almost immediately.
well,
It,
to you, you're thinking in terms of mathematics.
no,
Yeah.
no.
Well,
I'm
does it
thinking
deal
in
with
terms of
mathematics? Yes,
physical.
but yeah,
I'm thinking in terms of like physical reality versus mental reality versus mathematical reality versus spiritual reality. Like none of those have to be connected to each other. Like mathematical is just something we all made up and we use with.
exactly.
Spiritual
Yeah.
reality is also something we all made up and used with. While mental reality is
Agreed.
something you experience individually, and physical reality is something we all experience together.
Oh, I like this one.
But
That was really smart. I like
at
this.
the
I
same
like this.
time, if
Yeah, we have a
all
shared
Let's
reality.
call it.
yeah, if all those things were not connected in some shape, form, or fashion, we all couldn't experience
No, we all could because then
any.
none of them have to be connected. Like for example, if we all were in a car accident, say for example, the top people were in one car and the bottom people were in another car. Everyone in the
What
top
is
car
that
could
bottom
have a
people?
different experience and say a different
Yeah.
thing happened, and same thing in the
I
bottom.
actually
We
don't.
Oh,
all
okay.
shared that experience, but mentally we all had our own mental
Mhm.
experience.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, I
Yeah,
see
No,
what you're
I get
saying.
you.
There's differences. Yeah. But let's back to your core point.
So
What
if you were experiencing
saying?
something beyond reality, it would be a mental experience only.
Well, what I was saying is something from beyond our reality
And that's what I
can
mean. Is
can
like
cross into this reality.
that's what I'm saying. If it did, it would only be in your mind.
Oh,
Yeah.
not if it had a way of
Not
conversion. I
if
mean,
it
let's
was
okay.
really fucking real.
If their
Because that's what I
realities,
said. Also, I
dimension, if
said
you
if
will.
you were just moving from one spot in space to another spot in space, that's just moving. That's still physical.
Well,
That's not
I'm not
from one
referring
dimension
to
to another.
space. I'm referring to extra dimensional. They
And I'm
have a
referring to
reality
space as
and
in
they
any
come
amount
into our
of
reality.
distance and any amount of
Things
distance. I'm
like
referring to space as any amount of distance in every
the
direction.
old gods,
And you're
like the
referring
Oh,
to
but
dimension as in a different
if
spot
that
in
shit was real,
space
that
compared
would
to
but
a
be
different
I'm not
spot in
talking about
space.
I'm not talking about in our space. I believe different dimensions, the ones that are physical, have different spaces
I get what
and
you're
they can
saying.
cross
I'm
over.
saying all I'm saying is I don't believe in that because that would mean that that physical space has to be somewhere, and if it's somewhere, you could physically get there, and if you could, then that's just moving from one spot in space to another spot in space, either instantly, very
Yeah.
quickly, or
You
almost
So,
immediately.
Dude, this
And
this
so
shit
any
is fucking
beyond
heavy, man.
reality
This
would
shit's
just
heavy.
be mental
Yeah,
because
you're
it's
right.
or else it's just physical.
okay, but so you're saying you don't believe there can be any other physical space other
I
than
don't
what's in
believe
our
there's any
plane of
extra
space?
dimensions. It's all on the same dimension. It's just really
Oh,
far away.
See, I thought it was different.
So yeah, that's what I'm
different
saying. You
fabric
believe
Yeah,
it's
I
all
dimensions.
think
one
what the
plane.
problem here is
Yeah,
you
it's all the
fucking hang
same. It's
all
just
yourself
really
on
far.
fucking
Okay,
words.
okay. Well, that's your take on it.
Yeah, yeah.
There's other takes. My take is there can be different planes of space and existence, and they can cross over.
And they
And
could
you
be
can exist on
multi-dimensional.
all of them at the same
That's
time.
what I was. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm from. Number one, Phoenix, how are you?
He's about drunk.
I'm not drunk yet. Now I do gotta go to sleep soon though, because I got work in the morning. It's nearly 11 here.
You are
Yeah, I need
slurring
to
your
go too.
words. It's time to
Yes,
go to bed.
El Alchemy has a point. Our space and reality is on a certain wavelength. If you have another on another wavelength, of course, then the tricky part is crossing over. That's the tricky
Well,
part. Then
if you want to
Yeah.
get
That
like
is
that, a
something I think
photon,
it's
a proton,
impossible
and neutron all have
if it
different
even exists.
wavelengths, all
Correct.
exist in the same matter space, and all exist within the same atom that all exists within the same matter plane that we all exist in, and all exist within us and not within us at the same time. But
you're
I'm
going off
also
of what
At
is
least
known. You're going
can
off of what is
no, I'm
known
just
and
going off
proven.
what we
and
can
not
at
find the
least
box
prove with outside the ability
thing
of
that's
using
box.
God. That's all.
Yes.
But it is like 11 on my time too. I gotta go, bro. I do appreciate this. This was fun, and I'm sorry if I'm being different, but I enjoyed it.
No,
Different is
you,
good.
you were
no,
very
you
Different
no,
is
you
good.
brought some fucking noise to the noise.
No,
Good
you're
on
you're
you.
very intelligent, but I find your belief system a little rigid.
Mine's
Ooh.
different, definitely, and rigid for sure. But then again, any person with any amount of faith, it will be rigid. It's just mine's without God.
No, I'm pretty heavy on what you're saying, man. Like I believe it. There are different things happening. Yeah.
Okay.
For real. I'm just gonna leave it at that. Yeah.
And the fact
Yeah.
is, I was impressed by many people here today. Even Phoenix impressed me with his fucking show with the stick and the puppet.
God damn it, Phoenix.
And
I'll
yeah,
admit I was not expecting
but
this pick
but
today.
fact is, I really like this because there will be many different approaches to the same issues, and the fact that no one really gets mad at each other, just disagrees, that's gold. That's why I like to hang out here. You can think
Oh
of
yeah,
about me
you can
whatever
have
you
different
want, but
you can have
this
different
is-
points of view and not have to hate each other for it. I
Yeah.
see
Yes.
everybody hating each other for the dumbest reasons.
Absolutely.
yeah, I'm so sick of it. I grew up in a time where this wasn't the case, and I grown so fucking sick of this shit. Here we
Like,
can
here
talk
we,
whatever
we
we want.
have very religious people here. We have atheist type people here. We have straight people here. We have gay people here. Yeah, it's not an issue.
We lost one of them.
I guess within
Oh,
the gay
no.
community, it would be Lilith.
I'm okay.
Joking,
I was
joking.
bisexual. I admit
Joking.
it. I was bisexual. You can call me gay. That's
I'm
not an insult
joking,
to me.
man. I'm joking,
But
bro.
it's true. I had sex with other females.
I don't care,
What the
man.
fuck?
I'm
Yeah,
just fucking with
nobody
you.
cares. Nobody should care. It fucking doesn't matter.
No, I'm just fucking
Never
with you.
did.
Well, I'm hoping I didn't offend him by saying his belief is rigid, but he's kind of like very very by the book.
No, the fact is, when you reach a certain age, you will get, as you say, rigid in some beliefs you have. As am I. As are you. As is everyone.
I'm older than most people here. I'm still quite open.
Yeah, that's true. And I think the most valuable thing for your own mind you can do is keep being open, listen to other minds,
Well,
and try to learn from it.
Here's
It
the
will
thing.
not
That's
change
what I
that
was
your
always
mind
taught, man.
sometimes
You never
will be
stop
stuck.
learning. Never
I'm open to
stop
the
learning.
possibility. I'm even open to the possibility that by the book is absolutely correct. That it is that set. But I'm probably more so open to the opportunity that it's not, because new discoveries are always being made.
Yeah, that's I'm more on your side on this one because I think that humans still don't know shit about fuck. We have psychotic monkeys. We achieved much. We learned much, but in end of the day, we know shit about fuck.
There's a lot.
It's at least my life experience. I learned almost every day new stuff, and I still know nothing. So, how about that one? I know, it's a lame quote, but still, I actually believe this. I know
Well,
more than most people, and still, I feel I don't know shit about fuck.
even Einstein had his spooky science. So,
Hit it.
I mean, even he said there was things in the world that could not be explained but still existed. So I
Mm.
kind of go with that frame of thought because I've seen some stuff and
No, it was a spooky action from a distance, I think was the phrase.
yeah, that might have been it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Something similar to like quantum entanglement, if I'm right.
Hmm.
Yeah.
String
Look at
theory and
you.
all that kind of stuff, which that goes into a
Well,
whole different
I'm the one that
ball of
taught you
wax.
two about it.
Yeah, I know you did. I mean,
I've always had quite an interest in quantum physics, and of course, you get people to argue, and they go, "It's a matter of perception." Of course, everything's a matter of perception, but that doesn't end
Yeah.
it right then and there.
No, it doesn't. It enhances it and it makes it actually interesting and worth talking about because there will be different perceptions and you need to compare them and try to find the truth, try to learn and try to evolve, try to find what you want to know.
The
No?
best way is to take yourself out of the equation.
yeah, because if you take yourself out of the equation, then you can see it from all angles without emotional attachment to it.
I try this. I am not religious. I have no ideologies, no politics, no nothing. All I care about is if people are able to talk and I'm not talking to a brick wall and let's go. Let's find out each other's mind. Let's learn. Let's fucking evolve. Nothing special actually.
I mean, I'm not real familiar with a lot of the quantum physics and quantum entanglement and
well,
string theory and quantum
if
mechanics
you
and all
are
that stuff.
if you are held down to the basis of religion and math, that highly limits to where you can go with a lot of things.
Yeah.
It can help you advance in some cases. It could, but it's just my opinion that it holds you back from going further with your discovery.
Yes. I'm so in agreement because it gives you rules that you can break. It gives you boundaries because it's established. It's actually a problem. It's actually counterproductive. It's not worthless because it's actually pretty smart. But end of the day, when you subscribe to any of it, you will be caged. I see it as a caged mind, and I think I try my best to not be this.
Well, I know a lot of
Even I'm stupid as fuck.
mathematicians. A
Well,
lot
yeah,
of
you get
mathematicians
people.
are so rigid.
You get people, and I'm not talking about zombie, of course. I'm not. I'm just talking
No.
about stories I've heard. Stories
He's
I've
not.
heard, like mathematicians who they believed in God and they tried to use math to get to God, and then when their math broke down or didn't add up, they freaked the fuck out and often off themselves. When you conflate the two, it never works out.
Well,
They're
the
opposite.
numbers never add up because you go so far, and the
I'm sure
logic.
some of you have heard these stories as well.
Mhm.
Yeah.
The
Oh,
logic
I
of
know about this. Theological scientists who actually do science but
Mhm.
believe in God and study theology, they fuck themselves up the most. They have a very high suicide rate.
Well, throughout history, a lot of discoveries have been made in the seeking of God and using science. They've discovered a lot of things, but a lot of times when they would hit a brick wall with it, they would freak out and go, "This means there's no God." So yeah, it's been something that advanced science, but has also held it back.
Well, what they failed.
The same is true for math, but less so.
Yeah,
Less
it's
so
a double-edged sword on both sides. It's a
What they
double-edged
failed to
sword on both sides.
realize is that they go so far with their math, and then it breaks down in their mind. It breaks down, but what they're not seeing is it's just the begin. It's like the Ouroboros. It
But you have to remember
again and
right
again.
off is
The snake eats its butt.
it's man-made digits set to man-made measurements right
Yes,
off.
yes.
And
It's fucking made up.
it may go into one another because it's such a it's a stackable concept. And you can keep measuring and keep equating, but that doesn't mean it's always going to hold up to it.
True.
When you get too big or too small is when it especially breaks down. But if you
That's
are
why I never
going
bothered to
into
learn that shit.
quantum physics, multi-dimension, and you're stuck on, well, that there's only our space and that means dimension, and that's the only concept you have of it, you stop yourself before you get started.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
I-
I learned
Yeah.
from my experiences that there are many strings that people travel on. And when you're there, it's like all encompassing and all together. There is no separate. It's all one.
But we were going on the argument of physicality,
True.
that other dimensions that are also physical, which I take it, I don't know this for sure, but I take it a mathematician's take on it is there is only one physicality and it is only on this plane. And I think that line of thinking is very harmful.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
if to be honest, it's very unrealistic. I will not claim there are other dimensions, but they would most of the time, and especially if they're infinite, hard
I
to
believe
reach,
it's been proven.
and definitely
believe-
not physically the same. There will not
I
the same
believe-
air to breathe. There will not be the same structure in fucking molecules. There will be
Well-
so much. Which
that
tells me
comes
it's
down
not
to
the same.
that comes down to a whole different argument there. But yeah, I see your
Sorry.
point. Now, what was Phoenix gonna say?
Yeah, I gotta get some sleep for work tomorrow. But I've been having a lot of fun here, and I'm looking forward to being back on here tomorrow.
Yeah, we're gonna fucking get tomorrow together again. Yes, of course. I'll be here if you want me, as always.
Get some sleep, but don't sleep on your stomach. Sleep on your side.
I just hope I didn't piss off Zombie because
Yeah.
that wasn't my intent. I just like to be blunt and honest.
Yeah, I think it'll be fine.
I think it shouldn't be an issue. You just had a difference of opinion.
We all have differences of opinion. I mean,
Yeah.
that's just
why
part of
would
the game.
someone be pissed? I'm not pissed
because
if you
because
tell
I
me stuff.
told him I thought his thinking was rigid. I think that's the takeaway here.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
I would
I don't
rather
think
agree. Even he made really good points, but I would actually rather agree, which is worth fucking a shit. It's just my fucking opinion. There shouldn't be an issue to having different opinions, as always.
well, I don't think he was offended. I just think he had to go because it was late. So
Well, this
I
has
rather
been an incredibly interesting stream with some great conversation, but it wasn't our usual fuck off, fuck around, and have fun stream.
No, it was very real and scientific. There was religion, there was spirituality, there was
yeah.
supernaturality, and
I appreciate all of it.
I thought it was very interesting. Everybody's different opinions and different takes on things and different perspectives. I think
Yeah, I
that's
love
how
it too.
people grow and learn from each other. That's what you're supposed to do.
Yes, learn a thing every day, something new, even if it's small.
Mhm.
Never stop evolve your mind, else you get stuck and lame, fucking boring and fucking gay and lame, and you will end up like someone who fucking talks the same like everyone around them. That's actually my worst fear to being dead. That's fucking gross. Ew.
Well, I think a lot of people now, they don't take the time to, their imagination is dulled. How can you learn anything if your
Yeah.
imagination is gone?
You must have imagination to make new discoveries. I believe the great scientists of all ages have taught us that. And if you are only going by a book or a set belief, you will not achieve it.
Yeah, I mean,
I
you
have
got
I have
to have.
something to say on this thing. It's a very simple concept. We as a human race evolved this fast and strong as we have because we can deliver knowledge to the next generation. That's one of our strongest boons. But our biggest weakness at the same time is taking that knowledge for granted, never ever asking if it's true. I was fucking having real issues in my family with my father calling me a stupid cunt, always running with the face in the wall, questioning everything. But if you
You
don't
should question everything.
how can you fucking evolve? How can you fucking be creative and make eventually
Well,
a new discovery? What the fuck is this?
I understand that.
We have there a double-edged blade in the knowledge that humankind has.
I understand
you
that our
agree?
knowledge, is buildable from past knowledge, and that's one way we advance. But with that being said, we will not advance further without
Yes.
questioning step 1, step 2, and there, so on.
Yes, and at the times I feel like some things should be ignored, tore down, and done again because they went too far off the end run. They fall off a cliff. They still make sense, but some things fall off a cliff for me at times.
Mhm.
That's why I fucking also always will question anything about society, politics, whatever you have. There will be things I think are fucked up. And you would need to take a step back and start again, not just fucking gobble up what came before.
Well, I think a
Because
lot
you
of
will
the,
get
Okay.
stuck.
Charlie Nuclear says tech is a tool, not a morality. Without God, there is no baseline, and evil can be good and good can be evil.
that is true.
Uh,
There's a
I
lot
How,
of
don't
how do
share
you
that sentiment.
that could be interpreted different ways? How do you interpret it?
me.
Yeah.
Well, I look at it like this: there are plenty of really rotten people in the world, but
Agreed.
sometimes they do good shit. And there can be some very devout people, and sometimes they do really bad shit.
Yeah.
So that's and the same. They make these creations of tech, but they forgot their human condition. They forgot what they were in it for. They created something
Okay.
good, but it
Okay.
went sideways.
I think
Lilith,
that's
what's
a smart
your
take.
what's your take on what he said here?
It's very hard for me since I don't believe in God and think that he doesn't have any pull at anything. But I would agree with her assessment that people often do evil shit for good reasons and often do good shit for bad reasons. That's more humanity than anything. I'm yeah, and what technology is concerned, it is very practical, but it's very unnatural. And I personally, as a person, would like to go back to a more natural lifestyle where people can own their own land, have their own animals, and live a life that's true and real. And we lost that long ago, and it will get worse and worse and worse. And we are so fucked with the globalists who wants to have us live in pots, eating bugs, own nothing and be good with it.
Oh.
We are really getting to fucking 1984 to 2 plus 2 is 5. I don't like this whole shit.
My take is it's kind of nonsensical. that honestly is kind of what he said is nonsensical. That's my take. But what Alchemy says here, I reject the rigidity of religion, and I can't argue there. I mean, yeah, religion, as far as our growth goes, really holds us back.
It's a cage.
Well-
I know many religious people who are
I
really
believe you
good.
should have a morality. Yes, you should have a morality, and you should
Yes.
try to do good. But religion, it holds us back all kinds of ways.
Religion was created as a means to control the population.
Mm,
I mean,
that's how I see it. Historically seen, it was
We have
a tool of
Furious
rule.
Dan saying, "Shout out to you, my friend."
Hi, Dan.
Oh, hi, Dan.
But
Big
religion,
Shirley.
Big Shirley. Religion was created to control people,
It was
and
a
it
tool of
wasn't. It
All right,
wasn't.
listen.
You
I
know,
know
But
Roadkill isn't
there is-
comfortable
there
with
is good-
religious speak. Roadkill, you still with us?
he might be asleep.
I heard a snore.
There might have been a pug. I mean, they're
wake
all
up!
over the place.
I swear I heard a snore. It was very, very light, but I heard it.
It might have been the pugs.
I'm kind of hearing a snore too, just a very light
Oh
one.
no, it's asleep.
Yeah, it's very silent, light one.
Well, we'll be
I
here
heard
tomorrow
it 2 times.
anyway.
No, I don't hear it. Yeah, of course we will hang out tomorrow. Now I know I lost the thread. There was still a question I had words on, but who cares?
Well, we were speaking on religion and the way that religion holds you back from scientific and other growth.
Yeah,
Yeah,
well, the fact
it
is,
does.
as Alistair also confirmed, it was originally a tool of rule, and there was many weird shit happening, many dark things, many nasty things happening. I would argue that spiritual, God-believing people are not bad per se. The opposite. Many are really kind, but we are in full agreement, I hope, that it will cage your mind because you have rules you have to follow and cannot step out of that cage, because in further times you would have been fucking killed. Step out of that line. How can you evolve and fucking further your mind with that condition?
I just want to say,
I would never understand.
Furious Dan says, "Hi guys, finished streaming and I'm doing 24/7 live stream on Rumble for monetization, and that's great. But I do gotta ask, are you gonna make tomorrow's show?"
Yeah, you need to take some
Oh
speed.
my
You can
goodness, yes. He's gonna need some sleep at some point. He's gonna
Nah,
crash
you need
hard.
some speed. Speed.
Oh,
the duck
speed, yeah.
Then you
That-
can do a fucking 24/7 fucking stream or up to 4 days. Take some speed.
And
then
he
you can pull
says
it off.
yes.
Noise.
He's gonna be wrecked. He's gonna have to drink a whole.
Okay, just put away the crack pipe.
He's gonna have to have one of those big old pots, you know, like you make stew in or chili, full of coffee.
I gotta start eating that Puerto Rican food because that shit does wonders for a person. Apparently,
It's the peppers.
I think so. Yeah, they're very
It's the
healthy.
poblano
healthy.
peppers.
They have some really good food.
Oh, the ghost peppers. I
Mm,
like the hot stuff.
I like the hot stuff too, but the ghost peppers are too much for me. I'm sorry. I'm hardcore at this, but the ghost peppers. Are you
You gotta
serious?
take the seeds out.
Yeah, I made my chili with the seeds in.
Oh, that's why the ghost peppers is too hot for you though. You gotta take the seeds out. And when you're cutting it, use gloves because the oil from the pepper can really burn you. So you cut the stem off and you cut the seeds out, and then you can eat the ghost pepper.
Well,
mean,
I
it makes it
did
spicy, but-
I did the let's what's the channel called again? Let's Feast, the hot ones. I
Yeah.
watched it very much and I fucking beat the challenge. I hated the insanity. It tasted like asshole. But
Mhm.
fact is, making
Mhm.
our own chili with fucking ghost peppers is worse. I never
You
do
know
that
something?
again. I had
No
real
one,
pains.
no one has asked for the infamous clips, and
No.
no
Yeah,
one has
I want
donated
to
either.
snatch. I want to snatch. I like it. I like
And
body
no,
horror.
well, I don't know. I'm reserving them for donations, but no one has donated either.
Do it tomorrow.
Yeah,
I'll
you
turn
do
my
as you like.
camera
You do
off
as you
so
like.
I
Hey,
can't see.
for those of you in chat, if you want to gross people out, just send a small super chat on Rumble. We can do that. We can make that happen, or you can make that happen.
I don't understand why people are so offended by this. It's just simple body horror. You never
It's
saw a
just
movie
too
like The Fly or
weird.
Slither or something. This little clip captures body horror pretty nice, and I personally like it. What can I say?
Just send a super chat on Rumble.
Yeah.
You can ask for the Snatch or the My Little Pony, and you will successfully grow some people out, maybe run some people off. The power's in your
The
hands.
issue is I don't have a credit card. Okay. Then I have my bank card, but I can't use my bank card on YouTube for some reason to buy it. So I need to go out in the fucking tobacco store because they have it to buy a PaySafe card for $10. But okay, I can do it. I don't fucking care. I'm fucking
You can
poor
do
as
it,
fuck,
Lilith.
but you will get snatched tomorrow.
We
Go
believe
on.
in you, Lilith. We believe in you. You can do it.
I can do it.
Take Austria by storm.
Nah. The fact is, something that many people don't know. I actually, in my since I was 23, then I needed to wait a fucking year. I really gone bonkers trying to change this world on a level that many people never would consider even. And guess what? It did fucking nothing but make me scared and hiding. So no, I'm done with it. This world is rotten. This world is broken. Humans are fucking garbage all around the place. And I'm just looking for minds that are not to hang out before I die. That's what I do.
Well, that's what that's one thing we're doing here is we're trying to get great minds and people who aren't too fucked in the head to join us and make a community from the noise pollution.
Yes, and I'm here for it because I love you both already. I don't know your mind completely, as you don't know mine, but this can work, and I like it. As I sometimes said, 2 years, 2 years I engaged with people online on YouTube, and it didn't turn out like I wanted at all. I was very surprised and disappointed that too many are still kind of well they have mind cages, and I will admit that I'm always shit faced. I will talk shit and I will do many things wrong, but end of the day I will be able to make real friends and connect.
So
They can.
Alchemy says Lilith and I are in a race to the finish.
Everybody's in a race to the finish. We're all going to the same place.
Yes, we're gonna do.
If you manage to
we're
bring
going to-
Armageddon or mass extinction, just let me know, and if I survive, I'll be there celebrating with you. Or dying
you
with you.
all, let me
Whatever.
ask you a simple thing. You are aware. You all watched the movie 12 Monkeys or read the book?
Oh yeah.
Long time ago.
Yes. You think it's actually fucking possible to fucking get in a university to study that stuff, molecular biology, and get a job where you fucking at the source and then fuck around and find out? You think that's impossible? I not have the guts for that shit and not the power for that shit, but that was in my mind at times. That's
I
how
think-
fucked up I am at times because
I
I'm really, really getting angry at humans.
I do think it's possible.
It
I
is
think that's
possible.
what happened with COVID. They fucked around and they found out.
Yeah, COVID. That actually, if you ask me, it's just my take. Listen to the take of a fucking drunk, stupid, know nothing bitch from Austria. Okay, let's go. That
That's
one
what we're here
was
for.
released. That one was released to test out how much populations all around the world would cope and see with the fact they will be locked up in their house and
Well,
took away their freedom. And what it
I think
proved
that was an after
was
effect. I think
well,
the
it was
original
that
reason, I think the original reason was to diminish our numbers. And then secondly, they're like, well, let's see how well we can get them to obey.
Yeah.
no, for me, it's more about the let's test out how far can we go as government, because the globalist motherfuckers, they are working together, that you are aware of, because
Uh,
it's globalist. It's not just America or China or France. They fucking work together. That's a lobby of motherfucking rich motherfuckers, elite top motherfuckers. The same as in old times medieval, when kings would rule and fuck everyone up just so they can live like gods. It never changed. It will never change. It's human nature. Some want to be on the top and fuck with the rest and fuck like gods. But they're getting really good at it. And that was a test run. How the
yeah, all of
population
that is entirely
would
possible. Yeah.
what now? To me, I'm a stupid fuck. I don't say that's real. I don't say it's fact, but that's my thought. I think that was a test run how the populations on all over the globe, because it was all over the globe, would react. How much pushback would there be? Would there be riots? Would there be real danger to push that through? Yeah, the fact is, we are all caved like bitches.
Now,
Almost everyone got his shot. Even he know for a fact that this is a bad researched anti-vaccine. The most people will never say that the vaccine is a bad thing, but a one that is researched in what, some month, and now you all need to take it. I in Austria was forced to take that shit. I didn't have a choice, and
yeah,
we
well,
all
in
did it.
America, you were virtually forced. I mean, they wouldn't allow you to do anything unless you got the
Yeah.
shot.
Same here. I didn't get my money. I don't have a job. I'm reliant on the government money for a long time now, and I wasn't allowed in the building if I don't have a shot. If that's not
But
forcing me to take it, then I don't know what forcing is.
since the topic is heavy, I'm gonna play a clip for comedy relief.
I'm sorry. I'm always going to dark places because reality. I
I
like
mean,
reality.
I don't mind, but you know, for the audience, if there's much of an audience,
Well, they need to learn.
What's this?
Surprise!
Acid Rich is here in Vegas. I'm gonna sue you.
I'm gonna sue you.
I'm gonna sue you.
No, I'm gonna sue you.
Hey, all right, chill.
You want to get hit again? You better get out of here, bud.
okay, they're spraying them with shit.
I thought it was
That was nice.
Acid Rich is here in Vegas. I'm gonna sue you.
I'm gonna sue you.
I'm gonna sue you.
No, I'm gonna sue you.
Hey, all right, chill.
You want to get hit again? You better get out of here, bud.
Oh.
So
That
he's
was
in a
a Tesla,
Tesla.
right?
Yeah, you know how people are attacking Teslas.
Yes.
He's there ready with his window down to explode shit on them.
Oh,
Nice.
Lord have mercy.
Yeah, they
Ew.
deserve it. I'm sorry, they deserve it.
That was
I
so
know I'm not
nasty.
American, but what the fuck is wrong with your far right left? They're what the fuck?
Whatever you think about Tesla, you know, and Elon Musk, whatever, you're destroying other people's property. You could get fucking
Yeah.
shot doing that.
Yeah.
Maybe you should get shot for doing that.
You
Not to
actually-
mention, it's a federal charge now.
Yeah, it is.
No. What I know, it's act of terrorism now.
Oh
And
yeah,
it's
that's
real
right.
jail
That's
time.
right. And you do not want to get put away on that. No, that like they don't even have to have a record of it. No visitors. They can do you any way they so wish.
I understand there will be different thinking on things, but going out and destroying someone's fucking expensive car just because you don't like the situation, what the fuck is this but fucking destructive and violent behavior? That's an attack. That's a fucking attack. And if you are attacked, you are, in my mind at least, have the right to fucking defend your property and your life.
Mhm.
So fuck off here right now. I don't understand. If you want to do something, then use words, use debate, use sense
Right.
and logic. What is this? Destroying someone's car? The first one I saw so far is someone cut an old lady off just because she's driving a Tesla and punched her in the face like fucking 15 times. Just because
Oh,
she drives a
motherfucker.
Tesla. What the fuck is
No,
this?
no. That shit wouldn't be happening if I was around.
Oh,
I mean,
no,
whatever your political leanings are, that has no place on there. I mean, that's some shit you straight up shouldn't be doing.
No, you shouldn't.
Seriously, no.
I just want to check again.
Everyone in agreement.
Roadkill, are you with us or are you snoring away?
I think he was snoring.
I think he's asleep.
I think he was.
I
snoring,
think he's
not the fuck.
asleep. Hey, I've done that before. I fell asleep.
Hey, I passed out. I passed out many
I
times.
know.
I
They're
even,
fire
I even
traps.
once took a puke while on stream. So yeah, so far I'm the best one ever.
Well, when you got to. You ain't got no choice.
I couldn't make the way to the toilet. I just puked on the
Says,
floor.
besides, those cars destroy themselves. They're fire traps, and yeah, those lithium-ion batteries. Once they go up, they virtually cannot put them out.
Yeah,
And
there's truth to it.
Wearing a Bly, he's like, yeah, he's asleep.
Well, I need to go give the puppies their medicine.
Oh, please do.
So I don't know. I don't want to leave if we're about to wrap it up, though. So I want to stay till the end.
We'll give it a few minutes. Go ahead.
Okay, I'll go give the puppies their medicine, and I will be right back.
Okay. I'm so happy every puppy survived. I was really scared because you told me that the sickness is hardcore. I never
Oh,
heard
yeah.
about it because I don't know much about dog breeding.
You can read
and
up on it.
Yeah, I could, but I trusted your words because you're knowledgeable, and I got really scared.
So we have from here.
and I'm happy.
We have from Charlie Nuclear. How do you know what's right or wrong without Jesus? It's all just an opinion with him. There's a standard, a line in the sand. Even if something feels right, he shows when it's actually wrong.
Oh, that
Well,
doesn't work.
there
for
have
me,
been
bro.
there have been people. Okay, if Christianity is your thing, okay, I don't care. But there has been religions before Christianity, and ways of life that weren't considered a religion. Many of them were peaceful. And just like Christians, of course, you had times where a lot of them were, did shit they shouldn't have, and a lot of them, were faithful and good to people. Just my own take. That's your take, no problem. Just my own take. Christianity's not always been around, but good people have always been around. Since recorded history, there's always been people with the moral compass to do right, either with another religion that didn't include Jesus, or no religion at all, or a way of life.
I personally would claim a simple fact that you in your soul know if you're not broken or born wrong, which is rare, that you know what's right or
Okay.
wrong, what is
But I will
moral
say-
or not. You don't need any religion. You don't need anyone to teach
Okay.
you. you just fucking know. When you
But,
steal something from someone, you know it's fucking wrong. Before you
But,
do it, you just chose to do it.
but I will say that yes, you generally have a moral compass. Some don't, some do, I suppose. But let's say you have a moral compass. The Bible can be a good guide to help you through some decisions or tough times. It can be, but whether you take that as your religion or Jesus was real or not real is up to you. But I believe it can be a good guide either way.
I'm in full agreement. I met many people who are Christian who are better persons because of that guidelines. For some reason, their soul was not strong enough. They needed the words, I guess. Whatever. I don't want to judge, but I will never claim that, especially Christianity, is a bad religion per se.
Yes,
There are many bad shit happened, but it's not bad per se.
If you
I never would claim this.
If you are a person of faith and Jesus is your thing, great, good. I mean, really, seriously, good for you. But it's just my belief that it doesn't have to be religion based, or there's been many figures, Jesus-like figures throughout history, including Thor. There was before Christianity was as big as it is, there was the worship of Thor. You can look this up.
Well, the All Father was also important.
Yeah.
Odin.
But yeah, if you have faith in Christianity, good. I'm glad for you. It's a great thing to have faith. For those who don't, maybe you do, and you just haven't figured out quite what faith is.
No, faith is for me relatively easy to complain. Okay, that was, yeah, I do complain much at it. That's what was a Freudian slip. But I understand it. It gives direction. It gives peace. It gives purpose. It makes the fear of death for many don't feel that hard. It has tradition. There are many good and valuable things in religions. I would agree, but I'm always getting pissed if there is only either you are with me or you are against me kind of mentality.
Well, yeah.
But religions, sadly enough, over millennia, if you ask me, forever since humans exist, always displayed, and that's the main issue with what I have. And even if you don't believe me because of my voice, I'm a fucking woman, and those religions are never was nice.
Yeah, I'm not saying that there was no Jesus or any such thing. I'm not saying that. Could have been, could have not been, could have been. There could have been a figure such as that, but they actually based it on someone else mistakenly. The possibilities are wide open, but the faith part is the important part.
Yes,
not only the faith, but the action. If you attempt to be good, to do good, the faith and the action, that's what it really comes down to. Now, if it takes Christianity to get you there, good for you. Good for you.
End of the day, people talk all the time, as I do but what really counts are your actions. Always will and always have. And yeah, I agree. I agree with what he said.
Kind of what you were saying. There's some Christians, not all, but some they'll be like, it's Christianity or it's nothing, because the Bible says that Christ is the way. My take on that is it was written for the times of the people of the times.
Of course.
Some believe that the Spirit of Christ came with Buddha and other such people, and visited each nationality, each part of the world. I believe what it was saying is the spirit of it is the way, the spirit of doing good actions and so on. That's my take on it.
I need to admit, Alchemy brought up a point that's actually also very important. He said it's about structure, and
Yeah,
that's
yeah, I can see that.
because it was a tool for ruling to make your population more moral and not fucking kill and rape and fucking fuck each other up. It has many good things. I will never deny this. I just need to admit that I can't believe. And so I see it from a historical point, more from a what happened over the time, because I really was interested in knowing, and I saw many things that were fucked up, but I can see the good things. Nonetheless, I
Well,
can't really deal with religion altogether.
oddly, Hitler was highly into the whole mythos. He searched for the spear that jabbed Christ in the ribs and so on. He was
yes
heavily into all that. Now I don't know what brought him there or what his goal was. I don't know. I can't speak on that, but I just know he was heavily invested.
I don't know this person, of course, for myself, but my analogy about it is he was highly autistic and kind of insane, very creative and very empathic, and he saw this world broken, as we all do, end of the day, and he tried to do something about it, but he did it in such a fucked up way.
Yeah, that's the thing. You
Going
can
all out in all the wrong directions,
well,
and
that's
really don't
people's
understand.
fear. That's people's fear in Trump. Is like, even if Trump is trying to do right, they fear the way he's attempting to do it.
Yes, I'm
And,
aware of this.
I can
and
understand
support
that.
This. Yes, everyone can understand. What people often don't understand is that not everyone, but actually, in my mind at least, what I researched and learned, that 60% of dictators and really bad people actually started out of a place of wanting to change the world for better, but they lost their shit so hard and lost themselves in really bad corners and blamed someone for it and tried to genocide them, as stupid as that sounds.
Okay,
But it makes sense if you think about it.
Elijah, we're talking about dictators and if they were actually trying to do good but went about it in such a way that just fucked everything.
No. Not only did it fuck everything, they lost their plot. They started out good. They had an idea. They started out good, but with all the power, the corruption, with all the system, whatever it was, it turned to shit very fast. Any of you know the feeling of real power about life and death? Yeah, that shit. It's nasty. There will be shit happening. You will not be the good one anymore.
Well, absolute power corrupts absolutely.
Yes.
So
totally agree.
You know,
I had also brought up the fact that a lot of people view Trump as a dictator type, and even if they thought he was trying to achieve good, they fear the way he's going about it.
Yeah, well, I watch this very closely for an Austrian especially, but I watch it very closely, and I'm actually know what he done so far, and I understand both sides because he did actually decree and make orders I agree with, and they are smart at me. Then again, he said shit that's fucking scary.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's a whole
It's a
push
50-50.
against his push against DEI. I can't argue with, but some
Yeah.
of the ways he's going about it, I do find a problem with. Some in some aspects, he's going too far and like not really seeing it through. But then there's all these other things you have to look at, and I don't agree with all of it. Of course not. I mean, I'm not a Democrat or a Republican. I fucking hate
Yeah, we are all
politicians.
centrist. We are all unaffiliated. That's the difference.
I know I do a lot of politics here or politic related things, but I actually hate politics odd enough. But
Yeah,
yeah,
kind of lame.
any president is corrupted. Any of them.
Yeah.
Well, you know,
Without exception.
I think a lot of them go into it thinking they're going to help a lot of people, and that
Yeah,
goes
that's
for the
what I try to
senators
say.
and everything. They go into it wanting to help people in general as a whole, but then they get in it and they're kind of bombarded with all
Right.
these corrupt ways about doing things, and over time it corrupts them too.
Yeah. El Alchemy says his motives and actions have been entirely self-serving.
I know he always says this. I'm
Okay, but-
actually not sure about that. I actually
If-
think he has
If all of them have, I don't know
bones
if all
in
of
his
them.
body who try to help. But on the other hand, I know he has bones in himself. Fucking do what you accuse him of. I'm again 50-50 at this. It concerns the whole world what this man
Okay.
does at the moment.
I don't know if
So I
all of
watch it
his
closely.
motives and actions are self-serving, but I can
No, I
guarantee a
wouldn't
lot of
say
them
no.
are.
Well,
A
some
lot
are.
of them are
Yeah.
for his money and his rich friends' money. No doubt about that. With that being said, Democrats do the exact fucking thing.
Yeah, it's nothing new.
Exactly.
It's nothing new. It always is so. Do you want to know about
in
fucking
fact,
Austrian politicians? I
Obama
watched
wrote a
this
book.
shit all my life. All my life. They are corrupt
Obama
as
wrote a
fuck.
book, and in his book, he wrote about how he had good meaning coming into it, but as he got into it, his interest went to the rich, and everything changed, and ended up being everything was for the rich. If you read the book that Obama wrote,
Yeah.
okay, but you can go ahead, Liz. I just wanted to say that.
No. It makes sense. It makes sense. There will always be this fucking issue. If you get power, if you see where you can be, you will actually need to be a very strong soul to decline this and not play the game to get to the top and be one of the rich ones, make friends with them, and fucking stay there. You need to be a very exceptional human being to not do this. And the fact is, if you do it, you are fucked. So yeah, that's that. Is me wrong? That's what I think. What I think is the same thing that the cow fucking shits. But the fact is, politicians, they're just money grabbers most of the time. They're corrupt as fuck. And what surprised me is that Trump actually shown, at least at sometimes, that he tries to fuck with someone who's corrupted. I'm pretty sure he will end up getting his own share.
I agree. The lobbyists need to go. The lobbyists for any and all of them need to be fucking gone. I completely agree. But I wasn't on Reality Base today because Ryan wasn't up to it. But he has asked me to come on Friday show, so I will be on Reality Based Friday.
Okay, I can stop by, I think.
And I will be here tomorrow.
Yeah, of course I will be here if you have me. If
Yes,
I did bad today, I was a bit chatty. I tried not to speak through the videos. I tried not to cut off people too much, but I got more and more drunk, so I talk more and more, and I try to share my mind.
You've shown a great improvement. I'll say that much.
Yeah,
yes, I will
it's
be.
all new.
I will be having another show tomorrow, usual time, 8 Central, 9 Eastern. Any other time, do your own conversion. I might have more guests on tomorrow. Usually
Yeah,
Thursdays,
Thursday
it's a fun stream.
the hangout
This
stream. Yeah.
this one's been a lot of interesting conversation. That's fucking great. I have no problem with that. But usually on Thursdays, it's laugh, have fun stream.
Yeah.
So I
Yeah,
hope to
I
see
try
all of you
to
there.
be, yeah, I try to be not a black hole and try to make jokes.
But
I like.
I know. Now I don't
Not
want to go
jokes,
on.
there will
I don't
be
wanna-
shit
I don't
and stuff.
I don't want to go on and on about this topic, but I know you and Mikey don't get along. So
No, it's okay. It's okay. You gave me good advice. I don't need the drama. He was just
Mikey.
nasty at me, fucking blocking
Okay,
me
but-
all the time in the
yeah,
streams,
but
and that
I don't
pissed
want
me
to
off.
get a lot into that on live stream, but
No, I
sometimes
won't.
sometimes he drops by, but maybe not with you on here, which just whatever.
No, if he drops by, as long as he's not really a bitch boy and fucking attacks me for no reason again. I never attacked him, but he does me, and at some point, I'm not someone who takes shit.
Okay,
I
okay,
really don't.
but
I
we're
don't
not
need
gonna.
drama. You gave me
we're
good
not-
advice. I
Okay,
will
I
never
just wanted
talk
to-
this again if not forced.
Yeah, I just want a quick word on that. Don't really want to delve into it on live, if you know what I'm saying.
Okay. We can talk later, but you gave me good advice. I will let this go. If he wants one, I don't. I want to engage with this bullshit. It's wasted time.
Yeah, it is. It's just a waste of time.
And I really always try not to do it. I admit I at one day really got angry and I fucking started a bit of shit. And that wasn't who I am the most time. But sometimes people try and succeed to piss me off.
I've been guilty of it before. Honestly,
Yeah, we all have our weekdays.
When I was younger, I was such a hellraiser, and I was kind of sensitive to things as far as what pissed me off. And my whole fucking youth, I raged, and I would bust things, I'd beat people up, all that shit. One day I stopped and I said to myself, what will this accomplish? If I'm trying to reach a goal, what is the goal and how will I get there? And will this get me there? And no, the fuck it never
It
would.
accomplishes nothing. I believe in vengeance. If you actually do vengeance, it does nothing for you. Still, at times, my mind goes there, and if someone is nasty for no reason, too much, I think to myself, why the fuck should I take it like a bitch? And then stuff like this shit happens. I was kicked off by people, and I leave them alone. But he was a special case. He really managed. To piss me off,
Okay.
and
But
I don't need
let's
the
not
drama.
go
I
on
don't
anymore
need-
about this here.
Yeah,
Like I was
okay,
saying
I'm
earlier.
sorry. I'm sorry. No, I actually, the funny thing is, I actually think he's actually funny, and I think he is not a bad guy. He's just managed to piss me off.
He
That's
just
all I
got you
wanted
at a
to
bad
know.
time, basically.
More or less, and he was actually really rude for no reason.
Okay, but we should really change the subject because
Yeah, you brought it
gossip-
up. I can stop. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I brought it up to say one little thing, not to have an hour-long conversation.
Yeah, that's my fault. I will try to do better. I get stuck on thoughts.
You shouldn't gossip on a stream. I mean, actually, it's a bad idea to
That's
gossip.
not
Period.
gossip.
Obviously, but depends on how you look at
To me,
it.
it's
But
not gossip. To me, that's
well,
fucking
all the
truth.
same, all the same. It's not something good to have live.
Agreed. Okay, I messed up again. I did good, and now at the end I messed up. But you brought him up because I admit
Okay, that's
there
enough.
was a spark in my
Hey,
brain.
hey, that's
getting
enough.
angry.
That's enough. I brought it up to say one little quick thing, not to start a conversation.
I'm sorry. I hope you forgive me.
Okay, we'll probably end this in about 7 minutes, roughly. So, what do you want to talk about for 7 minutes?
I want to talk about cute animal.
I know the puppies, when I gave them their medicine, they hate taking their pills. I have to give them like a fourth of an antibiotic pill, but they love their pink liquid antibiotics. It's the kind of antibiotics that doctors give little kids when they have to go to the doctor
Yeah,
for
it's about the
flu,
taste.
bronchitis or something, amoxicillin, and it's pink and it tastes like bubble gum. They go nuts for that stuff.
Yeah, it's about the taste.
Yeah. I'll go, okay, it's bubblegum time. And Small and Feisty will jump up and she'll jump real high at first and she'll go boing, 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 want their bubblegum.
Boing
I
in the
never
air.
had doggies, but I heard that you can troll them quite easy to take the gross pills they don't wanna. If you blindfold them, give them some bacon or meat that they smell, and then give them to eat the pill wrapped in cheese.
Now,
You can
some
trick
of them are geniuses about it, and they'll eat everything and then spit the pill right out.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what happens to me. I try to give them their pills and cheese or something. They'll eat around it and hide the pill up in their gum up here, and then they'll spit it out later.
Yeah, animals are way smarter than you think.
They'll spit it out. And I've got one pug, if it's not meat, she's not going to eat it. It doesn't matter what it is. She don't like peanut butter, she don't like cheese, she don't like bread, she don't like anything. If it's not meat, she'll chew it up, make a mess with it, and spit it out.
Yeah,
and snort at you.
She understands it. She understands.
Now,
She got
the puppies are mixed. They're Boston Terrier and pugs, which means they fight viciously, but they're also cuddly and affection. What's the word I'm
well,
looking
Boston
for?
Terriers can be very affectionate. Pugs, in my opinion, are very cute and playful. And
Pugs
the
are
combination is
1,000 times
actually
more
good.
affectionate than Boston
Yeah,
Terriers.
they're cuddle puppies, more or less. They were bred for a fucking Chinese emperor to sit on his lap and being carried around.
Well, I must have got some reject pugs then, because these like to go after rabbits and squirrels and all kind of stuff.
No,
I
there
must
always
have got
will be
some
there always will be
rejects.
the fast pugs who likes to hunt the squirrels. Because squirrels are fucking assholes.
Yes, I know they are. They like to throw acorns down and hit the dogs in
Well,
the
you
head.
know, when I was a kid, I used to go out and catch things. I mean, I was kind of wild. I'd be like 7 years old, and I would be running through the woods barefoot, which is not a good idea. But I had really tough feet
it's so
because
fun.
But I would catch animals. I would catch birds. I caught a crow once.
How did you catch a crow?
I actually caught a jackrabbit once, and that was hard as fuck. I went to catch a squirrel, and just if I had my hands around it, and I was like, no, fuck no, that thing's gonna
to
kill me
the
up.
bone. The first time I
Squirrel
catch the
fuck you
squirrel,
up.
it bit me to the fucking bone. And it hurt for fucking months because it fucking actually managed to damage the bone.
Yeah.
The scar I have, I can see right now. This motherfucker.
I caught the crow. It wasn't full grown, but I caught it and I was holding it like this, and it pecked my lip and pulled it off.
The most funny one is I gave a snake a kissy and it fucking bite my lip and didn't let go.
Oh, yeah. And I caught a lot of snakes too, but I would then cut their heads off or bash them.
Yeah.
I never killed a snake in my life.
Well, around here,
I've killed probably more than 100.
we have very poisonous snakes. And
Yeah,
if
the
they get in
poisonous
the
one I
house,
wouldn't touch.
they could really hurt somebody. So we kill them and we
Mm,
hang
yeah,
them
yeah,
on
I
trees and wait
understand. I
for
understand.
rain.
You got to know where to pin them behind their head in
Yes.
the perfect spot, or they will always get out.
Yes, you need to get them behind the cheekbones at the neck really hard, else they will escape. Yes, I know this. the difference is in Austria the snakes are not deadly venomous, so you
Well,
don't need to kill them.
here they're extremely venomous, or most of them
Yeah,
are.
yeah,
And when
yeah.
you cut their heads off, they can still bite you and still poison you. Their
Seriously?
their heads and bodies will keep going for as much as a day.
Yeah. This is the pug
Seriously?
that spits out her pills in the cheese. This is the
Yeah,
one that does it.
Yes, their heads
He's the
and
smart
bodies
one,
will
or
keep
he is the
moving.
smart one?
They'll keep moving for up to a day.
Yeah. That's why
I need to admit I know extremely much about snakes. At times
But
maybe more than you, but that I never heard before.
Mhm.
sometimes they'll only keep moving for like an hour, but sometimes it's for a whole day.
Yeah,
Now
especially
chickens are interesting. When you chop their heads off, they will
Yeah,
run.
it's like 5
They'll run
minutes
for
max.
they'll run for a minute or two in circles, spewing blood everywhere.
yeah, it's a
but
nasty bloody business.
but it's fucking 5 minute max. A fucking day? A snake? You cut off the
Yeah.
head and it's a fucking day? Never heard that one
Yeah,
before.
you
I
pick up
don't
their body,
say I
it'll
don't
wrap
believe you.
around you,
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
and their head still bites.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
And it
well,
can
I
still put
wouldn't
the
know
venom in
because
you
I
too.
fucking never killed a snake.
It can still
And I
put the
never saw
venom in
this.
you even if its head's cut off.
Of
Well,
course you
okay.
can, because the poison
you have-
gland is in the upper jaw.
If you have a non-poisonous, venomous snake, you can let it bite you, and you don't have to worry about much. But here,
Yeah.
there's just so many poisonous ones, and you can't always identify them.
I'm aware. I'm aware.
Like,
Your continent is very, very big, and there are actually very much deadly snakes. But I will argue that the snakes in South America are more deadly than the ones in North
Yeah.
America.
Oh yeah.
And the
Yeah.
most deadly ones are still in Australia, followed by Africa. Because
Mhm.
Africa and Australia, they have the really fucked up snakes. They really fuck you up. In Asia, there are also some. They're not so.
I've been bitten twice, but I wear high top boots with thick leather, so barely any venom got through. Luckily, or else I would
Oh,
either
you're
been
good.
dead or lost a leg.
You'd have lost a leg probably.
Mm-mm-mm. I saw the pictures. That shit's nasty. Even spider venom can really fuck you up.
Yeah.
You need to be careful with that fuckers too. I like spiders, but there are some
Hey.
you don't want to get bitten.
We
Some
have-
kill you.
we have hit-
Some fucking have necrosis at your flesh.
We have hit the 4-hour mark. Does anybody in chat want to say anything? Now's your time. Anybody here on the panel wants to say anything? Now's your time.
I will be here tomorrow.
Same here. I will be here. I hope I didn't mess up things too much, as I tend to
No.
always do.
No.
I really
Uh,
love to hang out with you guys as always, and end of the day, I actually know many things, and I will claim and know that I'm actually stupid as fuck. Especially now, I'm actually fucking shit faced. That's funny.
Good night,
Yeah.
Alchemy.
It's been very interesting listening to everyone tonight. My friends, see you tomorrow. Yeah, see you tomorrow too. I hope to see all of you.
Big Shirley says good night.
Big Shirley.
I've gotta find my skinny bitch clip. I got it somewhere.
Choose me.
Big Shirley hates that clip noise. She really hates that clip.
Okay. This little skinny bitch says it, so I don't have to.
Me! Choose me! Love me!
Mm-mm. No, I don't think so. I don't think so.
Okay. Everybody out there, keep bringing the noise, because all of us here sure as fuck will. Always Whether
Bye,
you know,
everybody.
whether we're on YouTube, whether we're on the internet, it don't fucking matter. We're always gonna bring the noise.
Yeah. Bye, everybody.
And we're out.
Bye.
Be forewarned, ye devils. Don't talk shit about me, or you shall be struck down into non-existence.
I need more. More money, more blood, more war, more power, more love. I need more land, more hand, more glove, more power. I need more. Give me your shit. I need more. I'm taking all of it. I need more. I'll own this fucking earth. You and all your words. I need more drugs, more love, more sex, more power.
What the hell are you all still doing here? What, are you in love with my ass or something? Well, why don't you just get up off that couch and come here and kiss me on my ass then? Jesus Christ. Oh, well, fine. It is now official. You have just wasted most of my fucking day.